everyone. There. Jeez. Hi. Hello, Mary Jane. Missed you. So, I've been really busy. How's my sound? Hope it's okay. Obviously, I'm watching Fox Live News, or what is it called? Fox Now. What the heck is it called? I gotta put my glasses on. Anyway, they're out of Arizona. Live Now. Live Now, Fox, not Fox News. I cannot stand Fox News. Because they're all for the Republicans. Okay, now listen. I know there's many people, right? Many people that are Republican and many are Democrat. Everyone knows I'm Democrat. And I'm going to say right here, I'm not trying to call it, but since day one, when I found out that she was running against Trump, I'm not telling anyone who to vote for, nothing like that. I'm not going to get into like major politics because YouTube frowns upon that. Oh shoot, can someone put in my chat the video thing? Mary Jane, can you put that in? Because I'm showing the TV channel. What you been up to? Hi. I don't like either side. I say Green Party. I don't even know what that is. Green Party. Will you put in the whatchamacallit for me? Oops. Okay, there, I'll keep my finger on here. Will you put in the video, what's it called? Non-copyright whatever thing for me, Mary Jane? So I don't get in trouble for showing this TV channel. Yay! This video features materials protected by the fair use guidelines of section, the thing faded out again on me. Okay, section 107 of the Copyright Act, all rights reserved to the copyright owners. Thank you. Hi, Sherry. Just had to grab your phone. You had it saved in the notes. Thank you. Thank you so much, hon. Thank you so much. I'm so lucky that I have you two close lady friends here, you and Sherry, just always supporting me. Hi, you guys. Okay, so I have it balanced on my leg. See? And look, I'm drinking water. That's shocking. I love this bottle because the little lid comes up. Oh, it's not that water. Wish it was. This is really good water, by the way. Aqua Pana. But this isn't. This is filtered water through a, not a perf filter, but the other kind. See, I got this. But, yeah, I'm just in a sweatshirt and jeans. Yeah, there he is. So, hi, Country Kitten. Hi. I am. I've been really busy. And then I'm a little more tired at evening. And I don't want to sit here and yawn and hem and haw and this and that just to do a live. Do you know what I mean? Because it's really all just for fun for me anyway. See you guys? I got my pumpkin donut candle, and it honestly smells like that. And I've got my orange and my different, I turned that around so the face wouldn't show like a jack-o'-lantern, my pumpkin. Yeah, and then we've got baby up here. Tulip got fixed yesterday. She's asleep right now. I'll film her a little. Tulips. Hi, Tulips. So, you know, she was a little traumatized. Tulip. look at look at that. That's Mama's leg. Here. Here, look in the cameras. There she is. There's baby. Did you survive your surgery? She got fixed. She's got an incision out. I dare say 1.5 inches long. We got Mama here. What you doing, Mammers? Mammers. Sorry, I'm so damn. These tremors suck. They really do. See, just showing some of my fall things. My friend Terry since 1991. Hi, MS0426. Hi, Jason B26. She gave me that leaf round pumpkin thing. She gave me this a few years back. This is a candle. Look at this huge candle. See? I've lit it before, and it's got a face on it. I think I got it at, so I turned the jack-o'-lantern away, right? Because we're into Thanksgiving. What's going on with you? This is Sunshine. Hi, baby. She's fixed. So yeah, so Rain, who's in my son's room right now, curled up on a pillow next to him, and earlier, all morning and most of the afternoon, was with my daughter. They both slept in my room last night, and yeah. I'm gonna show you guys the room setup that I thought I would need to have set up like this for 2 days, but I'm gonna let him be out. Okay, here's the room setup. See? I've got some dry. What happened? Why is it still? Why did it take a picture? I got my glasses on. Hello. Hi, Susie. Hi, everyone. I'm peeking at Good Evening by Jason. I'm peeking at the... Oh, it's still going. Oh, it's down on this. The screen looks frozen. Oh, dear. I'm probably going to have to turn off... Maybe move to a different spot. I might have to reboot. I turned the whole thing upside down and it... Yeah. If I reboot, I might lose you guys, and I'll just start another live, okay? Obviously, my screen froze, had my glasses on so I could see this darn TV. All right. Now, after the great dance. Thank you, Wits. All right, you guys, I'm gonna reboot my iPad. Hang tight. If this whole live ends, I'll just do another, and I hope to see you there. Okay. Oh my goodness, it worked. Yeah, so it just broke. How's my sound, you guys? Is it okay? What's going on here? All right, so I'm going to tell you what I've heard most of today, okay? And I won't even show the TV while I'm saying it. Earlier today, How's my sound? Is it okay? It should be. I'm resuming this live, so it actually worked with me rebooting the iPad, because that's what it said. 4 different poll places had bomb threats in Arizona, and then also in Georgia. That was a few hours ago. Did you guys hear about that? Thank you. Did you guys hear about that? That's insanity. And then an Indian reservation somewhere, they were having, it was in Arizona, I think. Anyway, one of them was an Indian reservation, maybe more than one. They're trying to get that looked at and figured out and all this. Are you guys with me? I don't see anything new coming up in chat, but that doesn't mean, right, you guys are still here, I think. Let me see. All good, Susie. Hey, hey. Yes, it's still going. Hi, Ozzy True Crime. Hi there. Yeah, so I'm just talking a little bit about the election. It's all on our minds. And so there was a bomb threat at like 12:10 this afternoon, which would be 9:10 in the morning my time. I'm in Washington State. And it's from Russia. This is what they said. This is what they know. And the guy, basically the head election guy there in Georgia, said, Russia from the Black Sea, we're not afraid of you. You've picked on the wrong Georgia. That's what he said. So they just kept counting votes and doing whatever. All right, and then there were more bomb threats in Arizona, different Indian reservations. And now, what made me want to do a live is Trump tweeted, not just there could be cheating, there is cheating. He tweeted, there's massive cheating going on in Philadelphia. Okay, I'm really upset about that. He's instigating discourse, if you ask me, by saying that and trying to make people think, that things are something again. I mean, I can't, honestly, I'm really surprised that he would do this kind of thing at this point, this early in the game. I can imagine him putting that narrative out later on tonight, tomorrow morning, whatever. But it happened when minutes of the southern side. Okay, that's interesting. 3 electoral votes from Vermont. That's where I went to high school, for Harris. Anyway, yeah. The DA and Republican Election Commissioner statement says no facts. That's right. Hello, Rappel Group. I think I read your name right. There's no facts. And he said the entire Republican Party, can let him know. What is it? What are your grievances? What is the problem? And no one's calling in anything. It's just, come on. I just want this to be a fair election like anyone else. Oh, my hands are just, there we go. I'm trying to relax it. There. See? If I relax my palm part down and hold the fingers on top, I'm okay. If I extend like this, see how it moves? I have essential familial tremors. You guys, I've had them since 1989. That's a long time. And then I went to a neurologist for the first time ever in 2012. Um, it's not Parkinson's, thank God. There is a 10% chance it can turn into that someday, though. What the neurologist said. Now, that was, what are we looking at, 12, 14 years ago? Okay, there's that. And Mary Jane Doe already put the, whatchamacallit, the copyright video, whatever disclaimer thing in. And I read it out loud. But, yeah. So I'll say it again. I'm a Democrat, always have been. I believe in more freedoms. And I believe in, okay, he's taken it so far, or is this the final thing? I guess this is the final thing. In Kentucky and Indiana, he got most of them. And I believe women, not men in government, these older, whatchamacallits, just right in the Supreme Court that Trump handpicked years ago to decide what's okay for our bodies. I thought, you guys, when I thought of like abortion rights, there are women out there, I'm sure, that almost use it as a form of birth control, or have, you never know. But what's scary is that a woman tried to go to the store or the pharmacy and just pick up her contraception, and the lady wouldn't give it to her. She said, "I'm not sure if I'm allowed to do this." What upsets me is, instead of the woman abstaining for even 2 months, and maybe I don't have the right to say this, but I don't know, she got pregnant, this woman, in her late 30s, early 40s. 2 months later, I think she was 30s. I don't think she was that old. She went and had a abortion across the county lines. Can't remember where she was from, but she blames, not being able to get her contraception. So we're all going to look at it in a different way, whatever. I'm not judging her for getting pregnant, even though it sounds like I am. My feeling is, if she knew she didn't want to have a baby and was going to have an abortion, maybe she shouldn't have, Now, it's okay to say Trump like this. Mary Jane, you leave in one of them, but delete the others, because I might get in trouble if it's over and over. I think I have other, Aussie True Crime. Will you delete? Or no, I can. Why am I asking you guys when I can do it too? I'm gonna delete, remove this one. Well, I just want to remove it. Message deleted by Sister Callie. Okay, thank you. You're fine, Prince Jared? Is that, oh wait, it's Jared. Prince Hood? To say Trump, but only once, I think. Like, to have your exclamation of it. Anonymous Blonde, hell yes, Donald Trump for president. Well, you're entitled to your opinion too, definitely. I am a Democrat. Are those pumpkin donuts a candle? Yes. Yes. It smells just like pumpkin. The DAO, I already read that one. So, somebody asked Trump if he doesn't win, will he have a peaceful transition of power? Or not a peaceful, I'm on live, but live YouTube, and I don't even know how to mute it or anything. I can't. Huh? No, straight the TV and the, yeah.
I don't want to see.
No, it can't. I'm straight ahead. I got the fake flower plant, the fake pumpkin light, and the TV above it. Yeah. Okay, don't come out here, please. I'm filming. No. Okay, so let's see. Anyway, Trump said he would, but why is he starting this? I don't know what. He's wanting this division. He's trying to make it look. I mean, why is he doing this? Like, is he a little bit nervous he may not win? So he wants to put, I mean, I'm just going to say it, you guys. He wants to put doubt in the voters that there's a legitimate voting with even more transparency, more better machines, they said. And also, they mentioned that it was during the C disease, right? That people were having to count certain votes. So some people think that there's going to be an answer tonight. I don't think so. I think it's going to go on a day or two. Oh, wow. What? Yikes. He got 16 in Georgia. So it's whoever gets 270 or something. I'm still learning about this electoral vote stuff. So he got 16 in Georgia. Was it 7 in Kentucky or something? And what? Oh, she. Okay, now I'm confused. She's 16 also in Georgia so far? Wow. Wow, guys, what do you think of that? In Georgia, they both got the same amount of electoral votes. No, listen, you person or that person, we're just discussing the election. It should be okay, right? Oh, Anonymous Blonde, I'm from England. Subscribe to your channel, madam. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. I'm so happy. Thank you. It's also been on our TV over here, Aussie True Crime, of course, from Australia. Interesting. No, you can discuss politics. That's what I'm doing. Yeah. No, I'm not even discussing politics, right? I'm trying to discuss the election. Well, that is politics. Okay, now what? I'm so confused. There's only one person can win the state, so they both have 16 so far. I need to learn. I should be listening to this guy. I'll come off mute, and it should be okay because it said the copyright thing. Or Mary Jane put it in. Ah, shoot, what did I just do? Oh, golly. I just changed the channel. See? There it is. Former President Trump claims cheating, massive cheating, he said, in Philadelphia. Look at that. District attorney denies claims. He was adamant. Look what he's writing, you guys. Law enforcement will be coming. I'm really upset. I don't like this, to me, rather immature behavior, okay? And then that's what the guy wrote. We have invited complaints and allegations of impropriety all day. We want them now, if anything. Yeah. Okay, let me back to, whoops, other way. See, I live 2 hours from Seattle, so we've got Seattle News, and this is what I'm watching. Election Night live now from Fox. I meant to hit.
So that's going to be one that could prove as a bellwether. That's one that's been a little tighter as far as last elections go. We've also looked at Cherokee and Forsyth counties. Those are just north of the Atlanta Metro.
You'll learn about electoral votes.
Blue counties that we talk about when it comes to the Atlanta Metro. There are a few that could be competitive, and those are going to be some of the things that we're going to be watching as the election progresses. Riley, one of my questions for you here as we continue on with the evening is how significantly could issues impact turnout in these races? Issues like abortion, issues like the border.
Abortion is huge. The Harris campaign has poured a lot of resources into campaigning on abortion. We saw in 2022 and in 2023, after the Roe v. Wade was overturned, this is a hugely animating issue for women voters. So, the Harris campaign is banking on there being high turn women who are supportive of the Democratic ticket because of that issue. I saw an NBC exit poll clock the top issue for voters. This is just one exit poll. You should take it with a grain of salt. Was democracy and protecting democracy. That's another huge issue that the Harris campaign has talked quite a bit about, particularly as it relates to January 6th with Liz Cheney. For Republicans, the top motivators are the economy and immigration. And I'll tell you, I was in Pennsylvania this week talking to
guys for hanging out.
People tailgate, and that's all that they were talking about is how excited they were to vote for Trump because of his position on immigration.
Yeah, we're taking a live look right now inside this counting processing center in Fulton County. We just heard Riley and on from Georgia Secretary of State Brett Raffensperger. He says about 10 polling locations in Georgia will stay open late due to some of these non-credible that briefly disrupted voting. That is interesting that election officials have had to contend with throughout the course of the evening here. Of course, when you talk about it, we can't fail to mention that just this year, in the wake of that 6-week heartbeat bill, I've been working through the state courts in Georgia. That is the law on the books in Georgia, a 6-week abortion ban. So, to point, Riley, to your point, Austin, maybe the Harris campaign is relying on some of these suburban women in the Atlanta metro area to come out for the Harris Walls camp. That issue alone, that remains to be seen here. All right, let's move from Georgia right now. We have you in Austin.
Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you so much for subscribing.
You can see there 52%
Thank you, Mary Jane
of estimated votes counted now in the Florida Senate race. And the gap has widened here between incumbent Republican Rick Scott and his Democratic challenger Debbie Mucarsel-Powell here. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Only a little more than half of these estimated votes.
Okay, so, and this guy speaking is from Arizona, and I don't know, I should know this, don't. I think Arizona, I don't, it's a swing state, or it might be. Shoot, I just don't know, but I think it's mostly Republican people there, I think. But what I found interesting too is there are 3 states up for voting for marijuana to be legal. And that's North Dakota, South Dakota, and Iowa. And South Dakota is where I was born and raised. and I was all sitting often right across the border there in Akron, Iowa, at grandparents when they were alive, and I was a little girl, and I lived with them for a while, and I was in a tornado, and this and that and the other thing, in the early stees. And as most people know, my mom lives in Iowa now, and my sister's in Missouri. More than likely, my sister is a Republican. I don't even know if she's voting. Here, let's listen to this a little bit together. But I cannot see South Dakota, or especially Iowa, legalizing, you know what I mean, marijuana. I just can't see it. Maybe North Dakota, I don't know.
Going to be one of the biggest bellwethers about how Florida goes is looking at larger counties like that. Let's look at Orange County. This is where Orlando is. Mercarsel Powell has a 17-point advantage over Scott. But ultimately, Andrew, when we look at these maps and when we're talking about the power in Congress, we're talking about an uphill battle for Democrats. That's something that we've all been watching for. Florida was one of those few states where the Democrats could
Can
have
somebody
made some
tell
ground,
Germany
but
what the
as votes
tendencies
coming
are,
in,
at least?
looking like Scott is taking
What?
more of an advantage.
That's awesome. Thanks so
Can
much.
somebody
We
tell
want to bring the
Germany
conversation
what the
again. Riley
tendencies
Robinson
are
there,
at
and
the
they've been
moment?
following all of these themes
By
really all year.
Izamu.
And happy
Welcome,
election night to
Izamu.
all of our new viewers. This is what we do on live now from Fox. We bring you expert analysis and context on the biggest stories of the day. And
I don't know
this
much
one,
about
the year
Germany.
for this live event to take place there in Fulton County. Caroline Elliott, news multimedia reporter, telling us that the Secretary of State there in Georgia just confirmed Georgia will set a new record today. The 5.2 million votes cast in this election here. We're also anticipating an update from officials in Fulton County there right now. Let's check if Christina Evans, she has her pulse on what's going on there on social media, specifically there in Georgia. Christina, what is social media saying? What will they say at press conference?
Andrew, so of course, like you just said, eyes are on you right now just because of some of the news that has been coming out earlier today. In fact, if you hear that Secretary of State earlier in the day, Brett Raffensperger, he made a comment in a live press conference talking about how this is the wrong Georgia to mess with as far as election interference.
Yeah.
And here in our social center,
That's
we've
what
been
I
getting
said.
some updates directly officials in DeKalb County as well, because more bomb threats were called there in the state. This isn't the first time that we're seeing those happen across the social media platform again today. We're getting those updates that they're happening at those polling locations. I do want to show you right now a full look at so screen there. This is what the DeKalb County Police Department has now tweeted as well. So they let it know that DeKalb County has now responded to multiple threats. Those locations are also being listed there. They are now reopened as well. So we're taking a look again at some of the things that are coming out from these.
Are you serious?
This is what we know so far from the Associated Press. These are overwhelmingly Democratic suburbs areas that voting had to be suspended at those locations until police were able to confirm that there were no bombs. But right now, as you see on your screen, those locations have now reopened. County officials, though, say that they're also seeking a court order to extend voting. This is very routine in Georgia when a polling place is disrupted. Earlier today, again, polling places in Fulton and Net County were also targeted. The Secretary of State did point out that he believes that with Russian interference, those threats, though, did turn out to be false. So, again, we're continuing here on Live Now from Fox to track some of the latest updates here in our studio with some of those updates, again, from Georgia as we're looking at the bomb threats, whether or not they were credible or not. But we do know that
there was bomb threats in Georgia. They're saying that they were made by Russia. Georgia just ahead, and I don't even honestly think they had people leave the building or anything. I don't think they did. I mean, maybe they did, but there were hours and for the bomb squad to come in. So when they knew they were from, they ignored them or something. So, yeah. Wait, what did I say? The B word? Oh, B-O-M-B. Oh, shoot. Thank you, Mary Jane. You're right. Well, I've said it plenty, haven't I? Hi, Radical Rose. Hi, Tina. Yay, she's in here, you guys. Please let me in here and be kind. We're friends now. We even talk a little bit, not a lot, but every few days I'll make a comment on one of her lives, and she'll comment back. I liked it. What did you like? Is that a real one? Meaning Radical Rose? Just let her speak. It very well might be her. Congrats on your new subs. Thank you. I think this is the real Radical Rose. Oh, my video. You liked it. My last one? The dancing one? Thank you. Just check. You can see it's me. Yeah, you guys hit her thing, and in fact, I'll do it. Yes. Did you say yes it is? I'm sure it is. Yeah, I know how to do it. Yes, it is, says Mary Jane Doe. Thank you. Yeah, I haven't done a live. Is it 4 days now? Or 3 days into 4th? It's so crazy out there, Rose. I am hooked on this show called Yellowstone. I heard you talking about it on your last live. I do watch your lives. I keep missing them. That's why I can't hop in your chat and even say hello in virtual existence or whatever. Because you're 3 hours ahead of me. I even bought the first season. I never buy shows, but this one is different. Wow. Yeah. How nice. See, people, are respecting you in this chat. I'm so glad, Rose. The family reminds me of my family because the father is this mean guy. Oh, jeez. Prequel to Yellowstone. Did you hear, Rose? Not to switch the subject, but there were bomb threats made from Russia, more than one, Asia, this afternoon, your time. Thanks, Mary Jane. And different polls on Indian reservations that bomb threats. And there were 1, 2 in Arizona. Oh, I keep saying it. Thank you. No B word. Oh, I'm sorry, YouTube. Explosion threats. True Seeker said, I adore you, Rose. Yes, this is why I'm doing a live. And then I just, Demetrius in here? Hi. Hey, I peeked at your short. Demetrius, do you have the C disease? Because you said COVID is back. Oh, good for you. I voted too. So did both of my grown adult kids. Do you have it or do you... I've been trust... I have to do a whole podcast on what happened tonight. Yeah. No, I did that to let people know it's back. Oh, thank God, because you had a mask on, right, in the nursing home. Well, I've been saying that for months, folks. It's been back. It's been back. Because different people in my messenger had it. And I saw different people speaking in different chats. Got it. Clear back in the spring. So it's been here. And with everyone closing up their windows and doors, in restaurants to keep it warm and all that, it's going to be worse. There's going to be more cases in the wintertime. Just watch if you don't believe me, because you don't have the bit of air coming in. In fact, I don't even go to the AA hall anymore. Yeah. And so, Rose, I don't know if you're still in here. I'm trying to put him down, but Trump is literally starting some problems. He's saying that there's massive cheating, those two words, massive cheating going on in Philadelphia. Yes, animals can get it too. And I just think that's really wrong. For one, I never believed, years ago it happened, but for him to sort of spin that narrative or push it this early, what, because he has to win Philadelphia, I guess? Yeah, voting cheating question mark. That's what he's saying. He tweeted. And they spoke. I think the voting system is always pre-rigged. Do you? I don't think so. I don't think so. And the thing is, Trump wants everyone to have to vote on one singular day. Well, everyone's invited to has their opinion in my chat, and that's fine. Oh, that's okay. We can agree to disagree. But, yeah. It's, Trump literally said, I think we all should vote by paper on the same day and have to show our ID. Now, maybe showing the IDs is okay, but many people cannot make it on one certain day. And I'm really thankful for mail-in voting. I did mail voting this time and 4 years ago. The thing was very manipulated in your town, Rose? Wow. Yeah, and guess what? I believe it was Washington State, because I was watching like the Seattle news area. Somewhere over there, they were red ballot drop-in boxes were set on fire. And they showed a man had put it out shortly after it started. Someone came in and was taking all these ballots out that hadn't been burned yet and put them in a bag. So we're a Democrat state, so I'm assuming, right, that it was a Republican that probably lit that thing on fire. Oh, what is it, Kitty? Yeah, mail-in voting is good. Yeah, oh shoot. I'm trying to get things to stay. Okay. We had till 4 p.m. Yes, to cast your vote. They put too many options. We like 10 pages of changes with a yes or no answer, and they were very complicated changes. Many were upset. Oh, weird. Oh, you went in person? When I voted for Obama, I went in person. Yeah, I went right to the courthouse thing, and it was really quick. Okay, these people have to say. I'm so glad you guys are hanging out with me.
And all of the advanced voting. Starting in 2020, we began a whole of government approach. While the tip of the spear is board and registration and election, it involved every aspect of Fulton County with a clear expectation set by our chairman and the rest of the board that we would have a tremendous experience for voters and a free and fair election, which we've obviously accomplished. Everything that went into it, from this building that you stand in, to the technology that was used, to the processes that were planned and practiced, to our leadership. And I want to give a special recognition to Nadine Williams, who has led our efforts and done a terrific job. I also, of course, want to recognize Chief Yates for his efforts working with every municipality and all the police chiefs across Fulton County to provide the safety and security today. Thank you.
You're buffering. My Wi-Fi is terrible. I'll check back when you can. Thanks, Rose. I love you,
This time we can
Rose.
take a few
Thank you
questions.
for coming
Yes.
in. Thanks everyone in chat for being kind to everyone else that comes in. Thank you.
Have there been any bomb threats called into this facility? Have there been any threats called into the facility?
Not yet.
Not concerned right now.
Very concerned about it. But the good news is I don't have 177 other locations to worry about. Now we just have this location.
He
And I
goes,
think he's
"Not
hoping
yet."
to bring in a very heavy enforcement presence here.
What is it? Why are you yelling at the bathroom door? Oh, come here. Come here, babies. What is a poopsie
All right, so you have
pie?
some of these Fulton County officials, including law enforcement there, on some of these bomb threats that have been made, these hoaxes to polling locations.
Explosion
that
threats,
caused
right, Mary
some
Jane?
disruptions there, not only in Fulton County, in the state of Georgia writ large here. So you can see
Alright.
that some of these officials are taking questions on, how ballot counting and how the voting will proceed henceforth
say
from there.
B-O-N-B.
Right there from Raffensperger, the Secretary of State. They are keeping 10 locations open a little bit later because of some of these disruptions there. But you heard from some of these county managers there in Fulton County that there's no credence to some of these bomb threats. They call them hoaxes there.
Explosion threats.
In the meantime here, I'm Andrew
Say
Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We do have
Andrew.
calls that we do want to make here. I
Say
want to bring this
explosion,
up.
Andrew.
All eyes right now focus on West Virginia at the moment here, and the presidential take a look at this.
Come
4 electoral votes from West Virginia going to Donald Trump here. Well, it's not just the presidential election contest there in West Virginia. It's some of these other down ballot races as well, including a key Senate race. So Westwell joining me yet again. Austin, I believe we have a Senate call in the race there.
Yeah, you know what? Let's pull up our Senate map because let's show the balance of power. This is
These are like brothers,
I mean,
kind
we
of.
expected
I mean,
that
they're not, but.
retiring Senator Manchin would be replaced by a
Okay, my heat pop.
Bulldog, Baby Dog, who made an appearance at the Republican National Convention.
Okay.
So Justice and Baby Dog making their way into the Senate's upper chamber. We don't have any numbers in from the Associated Press yet. You see here, I mean, we're
They're voting for a new governor of Washington State.
Not a surprise
I voted,
Justice
I can't remember her name. Gosh darn it,
So I think this
but
is
it's
good
a
moment to kind of
female.
pause for the viewers who might not understand this. We're relying on the Associated
I think her
Press.
first name is
How can
Mary
the
or
organization like
Marianne or
AAP,
starts with an M.
project a race call
Isn't that
without
terrible?
numbers
I
there?
can't even-
think this
I
is
can't
really
remember.
important to
Well,
kind of
we
hammer
voted.
home here. Why, Austin?
Ultimately, this was one of the.
It
we
was
knew
voted like
was going to
3
flip
weeks
race.
ago.
It was Senator Joe Manchin. He was an independent. We knew Jim Justice, the Republican, had a huge advantage over the mayor of
Okay,
Wheeling,
I'll
West
go
Virginia.
in
This was
if you
not
go
going to be
live,
surprising at all. And as
Demetrius.
soon as
I'll go
some of these
in.
numbers do start coming in, most assuredly they're going to be heavily lopsided.
What's going on
in
here?
Jim
Alright,
Justice's
gotta go,
favor.
Mary
In the
Jane.
meantime,
Cut a
the
little bit.
wider senatorial
You're going
map
live,
here, because
Demetrius?
this is the balance of power. There's still a lot of
I thought you went live
injustices
earlier. Oh no,
and
that was a short.
as we've been mentioning, the Democrats have a lot more seats to defend, but the Republicans, so far, with one flip, that's what this candy cane, I'm going to call it a candy cane, let's zoom in on it. It's basically pinstripe there. That means that a seat has flipped. That seat went from independent to Republican. Maybe one of those types of races as the night progresses.
All right, to your point, no surprises here. This was
Lord,
projected, but you're right. We got a seat flip there in West Virginia.
Seat
for
flip.
Senate Republicans gaining this seat there. And so Joe mentioned, to your point, retiring, not seeking re-election, and all intents and purposes, many expect this race to go this way as well. But Jim Justice
I
is
wonder
vacating
if I
Austin
could
to
zen
get this
on-
briefly here. Who will replace him there
I'm here.
in
Who's
Charleston,
this?
West Virginia? You see there the governor's race in West Virginia. Pat Morrissey,
Raoul.
best seen as Democrat.
Nice, I'm happy you're here.
To take the governor's mansion there.
I have just sort of nonchalant lives. I never know what I'm going to talk about, what I'm going to
So it
do,
just seems kind of like
if I'm going to dance, if, going to sing.
Justice to Washington, Morrissey to the
Hey,
West.
hi, Raul.
Yeah, ultimately, what I'm going to say about
Welcome.
this race again.
Please
we're
subscribe
looking
to
at
me
these
if you're
figures all
willing
night,
to.
And I've got the results up here.
I'm
And again,
slowly
looking
but
all
surely to
just
3,000
gives you some
subs.
sense
I'm really excited about that.
Some of these are. The
I
West
see.
Virginians,
So what's the news
Kentuckys.
about?
As soon as we start to
Well-
see some more in places like Kansas
Let
and
me put
Oklahoma,
this on mute.
we may see similar.
I'm just covering a little of what I've heard so far this afternoon, the election. Yes, Mary Jane. There's been some explosion threats, OMB threats in Georgia and Arizona. At least one at an Indian reservation. I believe that is in Arizona. They are from Russia. They have proof and have been able to find that out. So they were basically ignored. And then about an hour ago, so, on top of everything, Trump tweeted there's massive cheating going on in Philadelphia, like at the election polls. And it's disturbing and upsetting because they're doing all they can to make a real fair voting place for people. They have extra security. They have the viewing area for people to watch if they want, right? In these different polls, or these different, poll counting places. And maybe they don't have it in every state, but some they do, for sure. I saw it. Maybe they don't have that in Philadelphia, but maybe they do. And so he's causing, in my mind, some discourse and some trying to spin a narrative that this isn't a fair election. And why would you do that unless you're a tad nervous you may not win? I mean, he had his family up last night when I watched his last campaign yesterday. He had his children up there on stage with him. He seemed he felt very promising. He felt very sure and all of that. So I don't understand. So that's what's going on. And hi, Peggy. I'm so happy to see you. I am. You said you wouldn't be able to visit for a little while, and I understand. I hope you got my message back. I didn't think it would be this soon. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. And Radical Rose, it was really her, Mary Jane Check. She was here 5 minutes ago, and I know you two really have your differences, like majorly, both of you. But if she comes back in once her Wi-Fi is fixed, I hope you're, pleasant to her, or just ignore her or whatever, and she does the same with you. Yeah. I don't think she'll hop in that soon, but if Peggy's in here, like I said, I know they have their differences, and I just got to start of some of the grievances, do you know what I mean, that people have with each other, because it's strange. YouTube, with people you don't even think would have a grievance or a problem, and then they do. You know what I mean? Like, I'll just say it right here. The whole Tashi and Team Rose thing. I never thought that would happen. Who knows? I've seen everyone be kind. Yeah, thank you. Look at that. Look at that. So far, anyway. The governor so far might be, what? Would be a Democrat in North Carolina? Is that what I just saw? Let me know. What's this? Oh, this is, okay, this is, oh yeah, okay, this is, right. Who's gonna win, governor? There might be, to zero in, let me hit these dots. Oh no, that's a share. Let me hit these three dots. What is... Oh, it's the other way. It doesn't do anything there. Okay. There's probably a way to zero in on the TV, but I haven't learned it yet. So, what does that say? North Harris, Trump, Harris. Why did they change? Oh, okay, 0. Boy. I also heard Trump went to New Mexico, you know, of course, to speak to the Latino population and all that, but people were surprised by that. That's what they said on the news. Maybe look it up on YouTube and Google if you have time. What did I just say? I've said so much, Mary Jane. What am I supposed to look up? I can't even remember. Oh God, I just hit on, is that playing too? I just hit on Demetrius's, and I didn't mean to. All right, you guys wait right here. I gotta go back. Okay, hello? Oh, okay, I'm back. Hey, I got 17 likes. That's really nice. I appreciate that. And 13, well, I did have 13 watching. Now I have 7. 6 people just disappeared. Oh, it's a big deal, though. This election is a real, you guys, because it's such a close race. And like I said, my daughter voted for the very first time ever. She's 20. And my son voted for the very first time ever. And yeah, he voted. And he's 28. Okay, what? Oh, impact of Hurricane Helene on the North Carolina voter turnout. Exactly. Oh, let's see what they're saying about that.
Ping-ponging over the map here, but it's gubernatorial cycle as well. Kelly Ayotte, the Republican, very, very closely over her Democratic challenger, Joyce Craig, and the numbers changing in real time. Only 10% estimated votes. Still early. Chris Sununu, the incumbent Republican, either term limited or opting not to seek re-election there. Bill, what do we know about New Hampshire and with the presidential contest too here?
Well, this is a light blue state. It has gone Democratic for the presidentials for some time, although it got a little close in 2016 when it was Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump. But it's also a bit of an old school New England Republican state on the gubernatorial level. Streak. Chris Sununu was a popular Republican governor there, not as extreme, not seen as a Trumper. And Kelly Ayotte was trying to run in that mold, and that's why it's a more competitive race, and the presidential race is going to be there.
All right, so I want to move away from this. We're staying in New Hampshire, though. We do have some of these results coming in on the presidential level in New Hampshire there. Harris up over Trump 55, 44, but only 10% of estimated votes counted. You know, Austin Westfall and I, we were discussing earlier today the campaign's key focus, or lack of focus thereof, on New Hampshire in the last couple of weeks here. Bill, have you noticed that? Should we be paying attention to New Hampshire at the presidential level right now?
You know, Vance did a late trip there, but I think that was more bravado than serious play. But of course, you know, the Trump campaign might be a little delusional at times and do things that they think they have a shot at when they were. There's no evidence in those numbers there.
He's obviously kind of a Democrat, isn't he? The guy speaking. The other two men, the reporters, I don't know who they're voting
Trump put
for.
boots on the ground in 2016 or 2020 in states that nobody thought he would win?
I mean, he's never been one to really have a robust get out the vote operation, and I think that's one of the big looming questions about this race. He took a real gamble on get out the vote operations by outsourcing it to Elon Musk and this other group called Turning Point and a couple others. Trump has done in every race he's run is visited states that he has little chance in to try to show a sense of Colorado. He spent a lot of time in Virginia and Colorado in 2016. He went to Minnesota in 2016 and 2020, and this time around he went to New Mexico, Colorado, and New York City implicitly a week ago. So he's always tried to give this sense that he's going to really, scramble the map when the map looks to be, pretty rigid.
All right, and we are tracking more of these races here. Bill Shea, we're going to take, and also we're going to take just our final commercial break of this hour, and polls will close soon in more of these battleground states.
What's going on? Presidential watch. Hi, Genevieve. Hi, Arsley.
All of these results
I missed all these when you guys came in.
Just want to stay in the Northeast.
I'm still here, Aussie True Crime. Thank you.
This is the New Hampshire,
Thanks,
the
you guys.
gubernatorial election between Phil Scott, the Republican, and his Democratic opponent there. This was
Yeah.
called Scott with yet another pretty handedly easy victory over his Democratic challenger there in Vermont, and he'll spend another 4 years in the governor's mansion
Wow.
in Pelier there. So wanted to get that in just briefly.
That's
Let's take that
interesting.
final commercial break. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
Okay. This is probably where they show all the different. See? This is live now, Fox. This isn't Fox Live, the Republican channel with I don't know, I can't remember their names. See, it's kind of neat. They show different, where is that? What does that say? That's Atlanta, Georgia. I'll read off these cities as they come in. That's also Atlanta, Georgia. Somewhere I've never been. And I've been all over the United States. I've been to different parts of Florida because my mom and my sister used to live there. That's Denver, Colorado. I've been to Fort Myers, Key West, and Florida City, and then a few other places. I went there, a huge prison downtown. Oh, in Atlanta, Georgia, there's a huge prison downtown. That's Honolulu, Hawaii, right there. If I didn't have my glasses on, Jefferson City, Missouri. My sister's in a very small town. In Missouri. That says Nashville, Tennessee. Wow, look at the pink on the, I don't know, is that their courthouse? Happy Tuesday. Hi, Daniel Berry Sports. Hello.
And welcome back to Sue Live now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on this election night.
So yeah, real quick to Daniel B. Sports and who is the other one that came in? Genevieve. There's been some BOMB explosion threats from Russia at the Georgia polls earlier that were just simply ignored. Also some threats, Indian reservation, I believe it's in Arizona, possibly more than one reservation. I've been following this channel all day long. It's out of Arizona, Fox 13. It's out of Arizona, but it's live raw coverage. They cover, I don't either as well. They cover, car chases and all kinds of things. This guy with the guitars behind him on the wall sounds like he's fairly a Democrat. But the other two, I'm not really sure. West Virginia is ahead. There we go. And then on top of everything, Trump tweeted that his words in his tweet were massive cheating happening in Philadelphia. That's what he said. And they were upset. They did a press conference on it. The head election people spoke and said, if there are any problems you don't like either, this is Mary Jane Doe, if there's any problems, grievances that you have, you show us, you let us know. And nobody on the entire Republican Party side, has said anything, that anything's wrong, that this is happening, that's happening. So it seems like Trump is trying to make the narrative that if he doesn't win this election, right, it was rigged or something. And this early in the game, you guys, it started right after, or about an hour after the first poll closed down in Georgia. But now they're keeping it open an additional, did they say 10 hours or 7 hours or something? Due to all the threats from Russia, people got nervous, and so now they want to give people a chance to all vote. They announced on here. So yeah, and as far as Kamala Harris, she's been laying low. She is at her alma mater, where she graduated from university. Which state that is, I'm not sure. But that's where she's watching this all go down. And Trump is at his Mar-a-Lago estate. It's disturbing when you cannot stand either candidate. Yeah, she's been breaking up. I think people are having, what, is my volume? People are having wonky Wi-Fi. Oh, you wish you could rally behind someone? Yeah, I mean, this is a thing, you guys. I was like, always pro-choice before. The volume is fine, just glitching out of, oh, good grief. Is it glitching now? I'm holding it real still. Can you let me know if it's glitching now? Mary Jane. Anyway, as far as the abortion thing, you guys, I'm just gonna say this. It's been glitching the whole time? I thought my volume was good. Oh, I saw it through Kamala in the San Francisco Bay Area. Oh. I had one when I was 30. Okay, I had an abortion. And I was in a very abusive relationship with Mel when I lived in Waltham. And I was petrified to have this child at a young age with someone so intense and violent. And I looked at my pregnancy at that time as a problem, and I took care of it. I feel I can say this on here because I read a book called The Four Seasons, I believe it's called. And it really helped me kind of go through the grieving process and those kinds of things. I read it 4 years later, And no, not 4 years later. I read it after I had my son, and I was feeling tremendous guilt, and I was thinking about, am I still glitching? If we can have that cell sucked out, all sorts of medical. Oh, you had one too, Genevieve? Yeah, I mean, I literally, it's okay now. I'm not glitching. Here, hi Artsy. I mean, I gotta say I do regret it, but by saying that too, I don't honestly know, right? I don't want to choose one child over another, but if I would probably have some kind of tie, or maybe I would have ended up marrying Mel, and maybe I'd be in a depressing, abusive relationship to this day and never would have met my son's dad. Yeah. Yes, Mary Jane. It wasn't fair to that's what I feel. Yeah. And when I had the abortion that day, I had to take, I'm not just saying this, about 6 different subways. I remember one letter was C. I mean, this is 32 years ago. Beeline. And I didn't know where I was going, and I was just, I was asking people in the information booth, so I wanted to make sure I got on the right train, because each ride was pretty gosh darn long, at least 20 minutes to half an hour. And so it took me a good 2.5 hours to get to this place. Then I had to get off and walk down the street, and there was this big brown building on the left, and I was there. And I remember when I had it, I don't know, I'm curious, and I said, and I might have shared this once before. I said, is it a boy or girl, right? Because they use vacuum thing. That's all I'll say about it. And I remember she was rude and snappy to me. It was a man and a woman. And she said, "What do you care? Why do you want to know?" And I remember thinking, I just shut down. Yeah, it's very traumatic. I just shut right down and said, well, I don't know, like that or something. But she made me feel like crap. And I remember thinking, wait, these people here thought were there to show some compassion and understood what I was going through. And I had this feeling, more than an inclination, that she just wanted a job. And I remember it was pitch black in the room. You have to know, this is back in the late 80s for me. Or no, let's see, no, 1990, 1828, 90, 80 I was 18, so 90 I'd be 28, so 1992. And it was pitch black in the room. It was just weird. And then I had to sit this thing and have an IV and a place to throw up for the nausea, which I didn't expect. And they kept me there for 45 minutes. And then having cramping and feeling a little bit nauseous and extremely hungry and thirsty. I had to get on the subway and go all the way back home. Yep. And it was very traumatic. And I didn't even tell Mel, which I know in hindsight now is selfish, but I didn't want him. He knew I was pregnant, but I never told him I was going to go have a you-know-what. And then I told him sometime after that. I don't remember him even bringing up the baby to me. It was that traumatic. So honestly, he might have asked me and then I told him, or maybe I just told him. I don't know. I can't remember. But yeah. But my feeling, so then for all these years I've been pro-choice. I read that book, 4 Seasons. little paperback book. I mean, there's many pastors' wives, you guys. There's millions of women, millions, that have had these and do have some regret, and some have no regret. But I've always been pro-choice because of what I did choice. And now I'm still pro-choice, but I was leaning more on the end of being against it, right? Howard University, yes, at our alma mater, Washington, D.C. Thank you so much. I was saying mater. I wasn't even saying the word right. That's right, and that was in D.C. But I've been listening to Miss Harris, Kamala Harris speak, and I think she's right, that even the men need to get behind the women having the choice, because, like, for example, Christy Teigen, you know, that's married and has 2, maybe 3 children now, by that singer. She was bleeding profusely, you guys, in the middle of her pregnancy, and had to abort that baby. And if she didn't have medical care, she could have died. So there are different reasons, right, that I feel anyway, I'm leaning more now, way more, or actually 100% pro-choice. And I'm not trying to convince anyone and chat around the world of their beliefs or feelings. It's just some women can't even get their contraception anymore. It's not just about young girls possibly getting RAPED'd and then not wanting to have the child by their perpetrator. There's more to it than that. Yeah. So I'm going to turn this up now and see what he's talking about. And I missed a little bit of the chat.
That polling places were aware of how to interface with us so that we could do that work. So they are in the details a little bit more than I am, and frankly, they deserve the credit more than I do for the work that they've been doing all day. Standing behind me are a couple of familiar faces. Shoshana Silverstein, Matt Stigler, who spoke earlier, they're available to follow up on the information that was provided earlier today. We also have Collins. He's going to provide updates on the big picture of what happened today. Vinnie Corrigan is behind me, working away, as he was this morning. And also John, a key player with the Election Protection Task Force, is off-site right now, as he has been for the day, dealing with other aspects of our work here. So let me start by asking Mr. Collins to come forward and give you a general summary of what has been going on today, so you can have your more or less update.
Okay, this is Philadelphia. Officials provide election update.
I can talk a little bit more about the incident with the individual at the polling location in a moment. Let me start off by saying it's obviously been no secret that this particular election was hotly contested throughout the entire election season. There was a lot of rhetoric, passions were high. Given all of that, we are extremely pleased with what we saw today. The vast majority of what we responded to were situations where we simply had to explain to everybody who was out there what the rules were for what they were allowed to do while campaigning, where they were allowed to stand, what sorts of things they were allowed to do, and we tried to be as proactive as we could be, given the number of people that we had available, to try to send them out to do that kind of community out to people and let them know what's going on, what the rules were, so that people could continue to express their opinions about who they wanted to vote for, and people who wanted to vote were able to do so safely and without any disturbance to their.
Right, so you've been listening there to Philadelphia officials led by DA Larry Krasner updating us on some of these incidents that took place in and around Philadelphia, some of these bomb threat hoaxes and the like there.
There's
And
the
so just an update.
BOMB
Brotherly love.
word
All right,
again.
Andrew Kraft, thanks so much for being with us. We have a lot of race calls to get to right now, including and especially at the presidential level here. Let's just start because so many race calls have been made this hour already. We're still very fresh in the hour. Let's go to them right now. All right, we do have race calls for the president. This now in South Carolina, Trump beating Harris there. He gets 9 electoral votes in the Palmettos. If we can keep going as well, Trump with Florida, take a look at that. 30 electoral votes in the Republican column there. Trump winning Florida yet again, like he did in 2020 over Harris with around 87% of estimated votes. Kind of the AP calling this for Trump. Trump will win Florida there. In the meantime, though, we do have a race call on the eastern seaboard. Massachusetts going for Kamala Harris. Harris getting Massachusetts' 11 electoral votes. Moving back down south to Mississippi, going for Donald Trump, former President Trump, getting Mississippi's 6 electoral votes there in Mississippi. So, like I said, a lot of these race calls coming in just at the top of this hour here. There's no shockers there. This was to be expected. Austin Westfall tracking it with me as usual here. A lot of race calls at this hour, Austin.
A lot of race calls. We started out the night with a gray map. Now we're starting to see a little more blue, a little more red, starting to be shaded in here. Let's take a look at what all these states are looking like. So Florida, deep red, being called in Trump's favor. Now, you're going to see some lighter shades of red. Georgia, that's one of those key battlegrounds that we're watching. That means that it's leaning Trump's favor. Let's pull up. So right now, Trump actually has a 14-point lead over Harris, and that's with 36% of the votes counted. So with just over a third of the votes counted so far, Trump maintains a 14% lead in one of the key battleground states. Let's check out another key battleground state. This is North Carolina, the Tar Heel state, where Harris is above right now. Harris has an 8-point over Donald Trump.
Wow.
We do know that those are the battlegrounds that we're training were Pennsylvania, and yeah, let's focus in on some of these other ones. So we're getting preliminary, very preliminary results, I will say.
It's going to be
Pennsylvania,
okay.
some consider this to be the biggest prize out of them all. The easiest path to victory for both Trump and Harris is through Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Only 5% of those votes have been tallied so far. There's still a lot to go. The early returns are favoring the Democrats. Harris has a 50-point lead up on Trump right now.
What?
Some say that there's something called the blue mirage. Sometimes we see
Okay,
that
now
early
I
votes can be
know.
tabulated first. Sometimes those can favor Democrats. They call that the blue mirage in some cases. There's also some states where a red mirage could be possible as well. So it's possible that that's what we're in these very early minutes.
Okay,
in Pennsylvania.
early
And while
minutes.
you have me here, Andrew, let's also take a look at Michigan. That's one of these other battlegrounds. Only 2%. Can only stress, this is very preliminary data, but so far, Harris with just about almost a 50-point lead over Trump right now. So, are there any bellwethers from any of this data, Andrew? Of course not. It's way too early. We're going to be waiting for quite some time as they tabulate results in some of those bigger counties. Specifically, we're going to be watching
I'm seeing
the Detroit
non-credible
area. That's
D
how
threat
some come from in
to
Michigan.
Atlanta
In Pennsylvania,
area.
we're looking at
Right now,
Philadelphia and some of those suburbs around Philadelphia and in Pittsburgh. There's still a lot to learn tonight.
That's right, and it is, to your point, very early still.
Very
low
early.
Mirages can be operative at the moment here.
Hi,
But we are
Dimitri.
a long night. Austin, stay with me
Hey,
here. We do want to
hi,
just get in
Megs.
some more of these race calls at the
Hi, Megs.
presidential level here. I want to put this up. We also have battleground states. To your point, you just put some of those up. I believe we're getting some race calls in for Harris and Trump there. In states like Oklahoma and states like Maryland, Oklahoma going for Republicans in the Trump column, Maryland going for Democrats there, for Harris in the blue column as well. But these are the numbers that we have. I want to put that up again. Oklahoma there, you can see Trump getting this into his electoral college tally, those 7 electoral votes. Harris getting Maryland there in her electoral college tally, 10 electoral votes for Harris. Austin Westfall's point, a lot of results coming in there in Georgia, also in Pennsylvania, and in Michigan. All right, we do have a race call. Tennessee here, 11 electoral votes going to the Trump column there for Republicans there in Tennessee. In the meantime, speaking of Tennessee, Austin, we do want to bring into the conversation more of our analysis
Oh my
and reporters
gosh.
who cover this
More
election day,
non-credible.
or at least have. That's
Tina, I
New York
feel
Post's
like...
Cameron Arcand, he joins me. Cameron, good to see you here.
Right.
So, give us a sense. Yes,
I'm
we've got a lot
sitting
of
with
race
you in my
policy
living
updates.
room. I know, you are,
Surprised,
artsy.
but we have gotten some of these results in from some of these battleground states. There's a lot of dichotomies at play right now when you look at there with Trump and the vote share with Harris. Rural versus urban and suburban pockets. Also, some of these key demographics as well, the elderly and youth.
Oh,
men
shoot,
and
I
women,
just
but
pushed the
also
wrong
between
dang button.
early voting and same-day voting here. Cameron, what are you looking at right now?
Oh, God,
I'm
there.
looking at the difference between the Sun Belt and the northern states right now and the dynamic between those two, particularly because we saw a lot of people move to states like Florida, like Georgia over the past several years in the post-COVID era, and really trying to figure out how those people are going to compare to 2020,
Yes,
where they may
FBI
not
says
have
election
even lived in
threats
these states
appear
at this
to
point yet.
originate from
So
Russia.
obviously it's still early. I've seen exit
What did I
polling
do?
and issues like border and
What
the
did you
economy
do,
are at the
silly?
top of the list, and keeping an eye on which ways those depend.
I haven't gotten my butt off this
So Cameron,
couch
I gotta ask
in
you,
90
you're
minutes.
chatting about the concept of mirages in the early minutes and hours of these races. We're seeing some of these lightly shaded battleground states right now, and I'm going to point specifically to Michigan.
I think
and
this is
Pennsylvania,
why
which have
Trump
light blue,
tweeted what he
very
did.
early results so far in those states. What's a blue mirage? What's a red mirage?
Yeah, listen to this, you guys.
So I'll use the example of here in Arizona. We're going to see a drop of ballots that came in early. People, some of those election day votes, and a good chunk of those as well. So I think we really got to keep an eye on those ballots and seeing how that evolves through the night. Are we going to see more mail-ins that tend to favor Democrats? Or are we going to see a situation where it kind of flips slowly over time? As these races tighten, it really
Look at that guy's red and white striped jacket.
And so we'll see a different impact.
Two hats on.
Of how that plays
Boy, is he
but I think
serious.
the key here is for people to be patient. And if you see a close margin, see that margin flip, keep an eye on terms of what those ballots are coming in those ballot drops.
Yes, those fake, they're fake
point,
video
Cameron.
views.
Almost like the object in the mirror isn't as close as it would appear, or as close as it would appear here. So yes, I think a lot of people are kind of just, they're powder dry on that one, knowing that some of these results you got to take with a grain of salt right now because they come in piecemeal. But we do have our electoral college. If we can just bring that up here. I was told by my executive producer that in 20, at this very same point in the night, the tally was identical to then and now, 2020 to 2024. At this point in the night, you see it there in the lower left-hand portion of your screen, 95 for Trump, 35 for Harris. It is really, really early. So we have vantage points as well, though, inside of the Trump election night watch party there in West Palm Beach. We also have vantage points outside on the campus of Howard University in the nation's capital at the Harris Walls ticket. So I wanted to get all this in. I think that was a kind of a good pausing moment. Let's take a quick commercial break, you guys. Austin Westfall, Cameron Arcand, they'll join me on the back end here within 2 minutes.
2 more minutes. Okay, also another thing that happened earlier, you guys, a man went into visiting area, Washington, D.C., right? And, you know, at the White House, and, or not the White House, I don't know, now I can't remember where people go. The, what's the name of it? Get ready for gas and food to go up again. YouTube is not accessible across. They put out fake news things. Hey, hi, 847. Hey, y'all. I haven't done a live in 3 days, almost 4. Well, since Halloween. So 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 4 days, because today's the 5th. And, I've been really busy. Got the last 2 kittens spayed. Was losing sleep. having negative thoughts. Even the mama kitty and the first kitten were fine. I was like, what if my favorite sweet little kitten that's always around me and crawls up in and everything, Tulip, succumbs to the gosh darn anesthesia? Just these thoughts were running through my mind. I couldn't sleep. I went to bed early because I had to get up early to take a taxi and get the kittens there. We got them right in the big orange carrier that they're laying on and playing on, that according to Leanie has them playing in and around when her dogs are barking. Yeah, they went right in and did it. And I'm not just saying this, one meow or peep while I was picking them up, carrying them down the steps. You voted early? I did too, AK-47. Oh, no alcohol for your birthday? Anyway, they didn't even meow in the red cab. We have yellow cab, blue cab, red cab, and I called red cab because they're not as busy. The day before, said I need you to be here at 9 a.m. Didn't even meow, you guys, in the cab. Not one little nothing. Which means they were absolutely petrified, I suppose, right? So they're sitting together, huddled together in this huge, small puppy dog canvas carrier. I brown towel in the dryer, got it nice and warmish hot, laid that in, and they were comfortable. It was windy, it was raining, and everything when I took this cab. The cab fare cost me 10 over, 10 back. It would have been more, but we had some flooding about 2 blocks from me, and the lady cab driver didn't want to go through it, and I don't blame her. So she took the long way and said she would only charge me 10 and 10 back, which was really nice because she had to keep the ticker going. While I was inside another 20 minutes, at least 20, inside the veterinarian building. I went ahead, they were so busy, no one was even at the desk. I grabbed registration form papers to fill out and just started filling them out. So I had to have 2 separate ones, one for Rain and one for Tulip. The kittens are now a year old and a month. Okay, can you guys see that? Oh, I'm just shocked. Okay, this is the Trump campaign official. Well, I don't know if I believe everything that's said here because it even says, based on network exit polling, officials say Trump is doing better with female voters, Harris is doing with male voters. And I don't honestly know if I believe that because of all the Roe versus Wade stuff. You know what I mean? And he's trying to say there's massive cheating in Philadelphia, probably just because it's pink. Or that, what did they call that again now? The blue and the red, whatever thing. Okay, so anyway, a man went in with a torch. To the the place where I believe it was an insurrection. Okay, I just believe we had an actual insurrection 4 years ago, and that's where he went to the visiting area. This man, he had a torch and a flare gun, and what they said on this news live now is the man was told to take his jacket off in his backpack. He did. He was setting him down somewhere, and security smelled an accelerant. Yeah, an accelerant on him. And then, saw those things in there. And he was compliant. The man was compliant. So they're not, he was going to try to burn the place down or light himself even on fire. Trigger warning, because that kind of thing's been done before. Yeah. Was it last year? A man did that. So, there in front of Washington, D.C. Remember that, you guys? I don't know if he died or what, but it was a man. Fairly young. I think he was in his 30s. But anyway, so this man now has been detained and they're doing an investigation. And that happened around the time of the Russian explosion threats. So when I'm hearing all of this stuff and Trump's tweet, and I'm getting more geared up and the hours tick by, and of course, you know, it's only, I don't know what time here, it's not very late. Oh, okay, it's 8. No, that's the 8:08 is how many people are watching. I don't know why I don't have access to the time on my iPad. Well, my phone is right here. Okay, right now, Washington's time. Oh my gosh, see, it's pitch black out there and it's 5:30. See that? I still have my lights up because I just like the color of the leaves. Yeah, okay, 8:30, there we go. So, you know, it's 11:30 on the East Coast. Anyway, so much was happening and I was like, I'll do a live and talk about this. Now, I didn't know I was going to sit on here. DC, yeah, thank you. Words escape me. It took a year and a half after my stroke, but sometimes 32 bee threats in Fulton County, Georgia? 32? That many? Wow, that is just incredible. That is incredible. You see? You see why I'm doing a live? See? It is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And that's not counting the man that had a, you know, accelerant and they smelled it on his clothes and got arrested. That's not counting the weird, I'm sorry, I think it's weird way to jump in the gun, but jump in the you know what, saying things are rigged tweet, not counting some of these, you know, poor Indian reservations, polling places, having threats. It's just really something. So you know what that says? If there's this kind of mayhem now, when they call the president, some people think it's going to be tonight. Hi, bruh. 8 on the East Coast. Yeah, it's, oh, I said it was 11, didn't I? And it's 5:30 here. And I was thinking when I said it was 5:30 here, it was 8. Oh my gosh. Yes, it's 8:30 on the East Coast. Thank you, Barbara. There's going to be stuff going down. You just watch. You just watch. There's going to be major bar fights for one. You know, people are drinking and in bars and watching this, you know, in different places. Yeah. Now, apparently, see, this is the place where, oh, that's Rick Scott. Okay, I thought that was, Trump's poll looking out place. People have been gathering all day at some place for the results for Trump. Is aware of the bee threats to polling several states, many of which appear to originate from, and what was the other word? Russian email domains. Thank you so much. What would I do without you, Mary Jane? Goodness sakes. Okay, let me pull this up. Let's see what we're hearing. None of the threats have been determined to be credible. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, yeah, of course I knew that. If they were credible, it would have been, right? Just because there's 32 of them doesn't mean they're credible. Exactly. Okay, and then this is the place where Harris is inside that building watching. In DC, at the university, her alma mater.
To be a time that their candidate has stuff on.
Okay, that was so weird, you guys. See, and now my TV's going wanky.
Do you think that's gonna happen?
First my iPad and then
And I
this.
wanted to just bring up a race call that we're getting. Speaking of Harris here, let's go to the Garden State at the moment. We bring all these in real time, as you know. The Associated Press calling the race for Harris. She beats Donald Trump there in New Jersey. Also, Westfall, Harris winning New Jersey.
Harris winning New Jersey, and if you'll come out to me, let's show the electoral map. We're seeing more and more blue filling in. A lot of these smaller states are dark blue. That means we're seeing finally that they're being called. No surprise there so far. We're still hearing for more results from battleground states,
Not
Michigan,
Vermont yet,
Pennsylvania.
though.
Preliminary results
Vermont
coming in
isn't
from
dark
those
blue
states.
yet.
But nonetheless, answer that race call, not a surprise.
All right, and Anna, let's get back to some of Harris' campaign. I guess the vibes within headquarters there on the campus of Howard University here. What does Harris need to do if she has the momentum to maintain that momentum?
Please hit the like, you guys.
In the last 4 or 5 days to shore up any support.
I deserve some likes for balancing this thing with my fingertips.
It's very similar to Trump's, but
All this time on my lap.
Sorry to cut you off, Anna. Sorry to cut you off here. We do have Rick Scott as election night watch party. Get to that question and answer in just a moment here.
Poor lady just got really interrupted.
Well,
His wife looks like Barbara Eden.
Florida, we
Oh
did
my
it.
gosh. Right? From I Dream of Jeannie. Look at her face.
For once, we did it before midnight. I want to thank God. Thank my beautiful wife who put up with me.
She looks just like
My wonderful daughters, Allison.
Barbara Eden.
And their
Wow,
husbands, Pierre and
same
Shane.
mouth as her mother. Exactly. Same shaped mouth.
I want to thank my mom, who couldn't be here.
Oh.
So, and guess what? We
Oh,
won
you don't
by
want to
any
hear from either one, Genevieve? Good grief, do people have to scream like that?
day. We won constitutional officer.
This is Rick Scott, the Senate win in Florida.
Together, this is a team of together we get to celebrate a great victory tonight.
A Republican.
There's a lot of people to thank. There's a lot of people that knocked on doors, made phone calls, did text.
Purple states are the undecided.
In everyone's
Yeah, pink. Pink means it's
So, we had
leaning.
a great campaign team led by Jackie Zeckman.
To me, it looked pink, but the pink is leaning
We have a
towards
great
being
office team. We got two
Republican.
offices led by Craig Carbone. Now, let's do something fun. Keep your hands up if I ask you. Raise your hand if you worked in the governor's office. Raise your hand if you were appointed by me when I was governor, or you have a family or friend that was. How about if you worked in my Senate office? Keep your hands up. Or you worked at the National Republican Senatorial Committee when I was a chair. Or you worked at the RNC in my last election. Or you volunteered or you donated. Almost everybody's part of that. This is a team win. We won, they lost.
Oh, you don't have to say they look, just said we won.
Every person in this room has a dream. My dream is that every child, I don't care the color of their skin, their religion,
Oh, that's
where they were
scary
born,
for
has a
me,
chance to
Mary
live the dream of
Jane.
this country. If that's true, it's a hell of a country. And that's what to do.
I'm not telling my daughter.
But
Our work is not done.
Luckily,
This week,
it's
we have
fairly
another
early,
election.
but still.
Senate Republican leader.
All right, how much of this do we want to hear? I mean, he's a nice guy and everything, but let's see what else is on. NC
hardship in
News.
their lives because of those election fraud lies from former President Trump. So these election workers, man, are they doing a civic duty?
She talks faster than I do. I can't watch
because
her.
of women voters.
Now
It's
he's
because
funny.
of that gender gap. And what's been striking to me
He's a
in the
funny
final days
guy.
of this campaign is the Trump campaign and his supporters are explicit in their effort about trying to drive up the male vote. I've never really seen anything quite like it. Stephen Miller, who of course is one of his advisors, was out today on Twitter saying, any men out there, if you know any men who haven't voted, get them to the polls. I mean, I've never really seen that. They are trying to, what they are pointing to is the gender gap on the other side of the gender gap. They want to drive men up enough to compensate for the fact that they're going to lose women so much.
Is that a winning formula, right, Priebus, to focus so heavily on the male gender gap?
Well, I mean, look, if that's what you have, if that's your best option, if that's what you've got going, that's going to get you the most votes, then I would say you've got to go for it. I think one of the interesting things that we haven't talked about tonight was if you look at Osceola County in Florida, if you look at that county, you'll see that Donald Trump right now in that county. That is a very heavy Puerto Rican county, and if you go look at 2020,
Oh no.
he lost that county by, 12, 13 points. It's a pretty amazing thing. The other thing that's going on right now, Virginia is about tied with about 40 to 45% of the vote in, which is one of the things that political folks out there look at because it's a pretty quick state. They close at 7 p.m. And for a lot of us, we look at Virginia, kind of get a sense on where things are at around the country.
Rick, dive into some of these counties and what we're seeing so far.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that is getting a lot of attention so far is Loudoun County. These are suburbs and kind of extended areas outside Washington, D.C. This is the part of the state that has been essentially a blue state at the national level. And it's a place that you can see Hillary Clinton gets 56%, Joe Biden goes up to 61%. So far tonight, it's about 95% of the vote in. Harris is looking more like Hillary Clinton in Virginia. Now, she won the state as well, but that's not the trend line you'd want. And again, these are highly educated suburban voters. These are places where we expect Harris to do extremely well. She's going to be hitting her benchmarks. I don't think it's a real concern in the Harris campaign right now. But as you know, that Donald Trump is going to be running up his numbers in more conservative parts of the state. This is where Rice is right, that it could be a warning sign for other trends we're seeing elsewhere in the country.
Or a tighter race than it was 4 years ago.
Definitely that. I mean, we could look at a state like Florida right now, which is going overwhelmingly Republican. I don't think we're going to see the same kind of trend in Virginia, but we're not seeing Democrats overperform in the same way Republicans are in a red state of Florida.
So Johnson at Trump headquarters, on this reporting on the gender gap and this outreach to male voters, and particularly young men, and as you heard John Carl report just a moment ago, this 11th hour push. If you know any men out there, vote.
Yeah, David, the Trump campaign has been laser focused on the young men, and in fact, they've been giving us updates throughout the evening, and they've said that some of the results coming in, of course, Rick can check me on all of this, but Latino men in some key areas are breaking for Trump. They've also said that Trump is doing better with women than Kamala Harris is doing with men. That's something that we heard in the Trump campaign with the early vote coming in. And I can tell you just anecdotally, as this crowd is starting to fill in here, the thousands of people who are going to be at this election night reception, there are a lot of young men in the audience here. I was at Madison Square Garden with that big rally there, some 20,000 people, and I spoke to a lot of these young men and asked them what it was about Donald Trump that appealed to them. Many of them either weren't old enough to vote before or maybe didn't participate in politics in the past, but they were drawn to him for a variety of reasons. Immigration and the economy were a big part of it. A lot of these young men who feel like the middle-class American dream is difficult to achieve, difficult to reach. They felt like they could connect with Trump, and he was the man who could help them get there. But we've seen things like the podcast with Joe Rogan, Hulk Hogan,
President Dana White, Elon Musk around the Trump campaign. All of that has an effort to draw young men in. And even Barron Trump, who's now 18 years old, by the way, Donald Trump's youngest son,
thought he was
who Donald
older.
Trump called tech genius, has actually been involved in very hands-on and trying to book some of these podcasts to appeal to young men. So the Trump
Look at
campaign has
that
gone
hat.
all in. They have thousands of volunteers who are
That
specifically
white hat with
focused
all
on
those
those low
flags.
propensity voters, the voters who didn't participate in the past. And tonight will be a big test if that gamble pays off. David, Wade Johnson at Trump headquarters in Florida. Wade Johnson,
Bruce Wayne, 2024.
drill down on Latino voters, what we're seeing
I don't
from
know
the
who
exit
that
polls in
is.
Florida, what we can extrapolate
Oh,
nationwide,
Artsy,
and
you're in
how Kamala Harris is
California?
performing among Latino voters
I
as well, in
forgot.
addition to Trump campaign's outreach
They're
to try
still
to peel away
voting.
some of the
Okay,
Latino
yeah.
support for Joe Biden 4 years ago. And Maria Elena Salinas is standing by. What she's seeing in the numbers here tonight, too, right after it. Don't go away. ABC News live coverage of the presidential
71
election continues right
Harris,
after this.
101 Trump. See, she's going up in electorals. Thank God. Oh, the music. Looks like he has the South. Yeah, it really kind of does. California results expected around 11 p.m. Okay. Okay, with the dramatics. Okay. I can't. That one. Oh, the Rifleman. How did I end up on that? Wait, what's going on? Okay, there we go. Good grief.
By, threat to democracy, the border, immigration, those types of things. But tonight, I think the Harris campaign is taking an early victory lap. It seems to believe it's going to win. Certainly, it looked like it last night when I with Harris in Atlanta, or I should say the Harris campaign at a party in Atlanta with 2 chains. And that's what we're seeing on Howard campus. People are excited, but the election night is just getting started. As you and I know.
They all really are
I
there.
wanted to also ask you,
Think she's going to win? I don't.
And this was evident yesterday, moving from Georgia to Pennsylvania. Harris was in Pennsylvania all day yesterday for stops before election night. He was visiting Puerto Rican businesses. It seemed like the Harris campaign went all in on response to that joke that was made at a Trump rally at Madison Square Garden in New York now about a week and a half ago here.
Someone
was kind of
I mean, it's early. My TV isn't even blaring. Is it medium loud? Ugh. I hope they're just pounding in new carpeting in an apartment or something. Yeah.
As the candidates jumping around between these 7 states, sometimes multiple per day. But Harris is really focused on Pennsylvania in the end. And so,
thanks everyone for hanging out with me.
Puerto Rico, I should say, Pennsylvania's makeup of Puerto Rican isn't high compared to other states like Florida.
It's looking at my flip phone.
That they realize we can really get a lot of
5:37
out of this incendiary remark
and
that
it's
was
as
made
black
at the
as
rally at Madison Square
10
Garden
at
a
night.
couple weeks ago. And you're right, Andrew. They've continued to hit on it again and again and play the racism card. And, will it work or not? It'd be interesting to see the exit polls among Hispanic and Latino voters. If you get really into the weeds and look at Puerto Ricans and see, did that move the needle at all? I think people's minds were already made up before that comment was made.
And we were speaking about the Senate and the balance of power. We saw the race being called for Rick Scott in Florida. He's somebody that's thrown his name into consideration to become the leader. Can you walk us through how that process works?
Yeah, so once Congress does get back this
Hey,
month,
Parker!
there's going to be a vote and move forward similar to
Parker!
the House Speaker.
You're gonna have to close your door unless you want everyone on live hearing you.
For the Republicans, and then as well as Democrats.
What are you talking about?
Depending on who takes control tonight, and we know tonight, will determine,
What?
Hold on, Josh. I'll close my door again.
Yeah, I would. Thank you.
Very interestingly, Florida.
Got a biker dude.
Even with the situation at the southern border.
We got people standing around drinking brews.
To go to Florida, specifically south of Miami.
No wonder people are hanging out there. They're drinking brews.
Has a first-hand understanding of,
I'd be drinking a few of them. I was drinking still today.
In the country. What that looks like. So I think he's got an interesting perspective.
Yeah,
I love beer, and I still love beer, even though I haven't drank in 13 years.
The Republican
Love the
Senate
taste.
leader race as well that he has thrown.
Hey, I have a non-alcoholic.
Thank you so much for being with us. Also,
4
we
of
have
them in my
some of these
room.
candidates stepping up to the podium at their election night watch
I'm gonna go stick one in the freezer. I'm gonna show her it's
He's going to the
non-alcoholic.
governor's mansion there in Indianapolis. Let's listen.
Governor's mansion.
I think we're up at the Moontown Brewery that we celebrated. And the journey that I've been over the last 7 years.
Oops.
Most people would think you've been crazy to do it in the first place. Dear, what do you think about that? Okay. All I can tell you is 7 years ago in August, when I declared to run for the U.S. Senate, there weren't many voters.
Close at 10 maybe?
And
Wow.
even folks close to you wondered, did you really have a game plan? Well, my game plan started very simply when I got to be the luckiest man alive to marry this lady here.
Aw, isn't that sweet? All right. I don't know if I just want to listen to all this governor talk. Let's see what's going on here. So.
Some of this Latino support that Biden was successful with 4 years ago.
Well, let's look at a constant now over the last 14 years.
Remember
And
him?
the constant over the last 2 years of Florida is Rick Scott. Right, so Rick Scott gets elected.
He used to be a
in 2010
Republican.
by a
I
point
think
and a
he's
half.
a Democrat now.
He gets reelected by a point. Then he runs for the Senate. He wins.
I'm gonna
by
go get my
13
non-A
of a
and
point.
stick it in the freezer.
tonight he's up by
I haven't
12.
had one in
What
a
happened
year and a
between
half
2018 and
since I
2022?
bought them, and that's the truth. I bought
Florida has been invaded.
6-pack of non-alcoholic,
voters
and I have
from
had
blue states
2 out of
during
that in a
COVID
year and a
who
half.
felt that the blue state restrictions were too tight, and they left. And so to say that the electorate in Florida hasn't changed, it's changed drastically from 2018 to now. And for certainly Rick Scott's numbers show it. Rick Scott has never been a big winner in Florida. He's been a barely winner, 1.5 point, 13/100ths of a point. Now all of a sudden Rick Scott's winning by 12 tonight. What you're seeing is that electorate has changed because of COVID significantly in Florida. And that's why tonight you see the abortion referendum is losing. The marijuana legalization referendum is losing. All of that shows that it's trending much redder in Florida, and I believe it's the influx of people from 2020 to 2024, driven mostly by COVID.
And who are now calling Florida home.
Yep.
Let's go over to Rick Klein. Rick, let's check out Georgia. Where are we at this hour?
We're starting to get a significant amount of vote in, almost 2/3 of the vote, and I'm starting to focus also on the vote margin between the candidates. Right now, Donald Trump by about 190,000 votes. There's still a lot of vote to go, especially in the Atlanta metro area, but we do have numbers out of Fulton County and DeKalb County. These are really the Democratic bases. Kamala Harris doing about what she needs to do in some of these places. But if you move a little bit further out, you start to get a different portrait. Fayette County, we're keeping an eye on right now, a slight Trump edge, and big Trump numbers where he needs to be overperforming, hitting his benchmark almost exactly in Cherokee County, north of the city. The story so far really is the election day vote being heavily Republican. That's a problem for Kamala Harris because of the imbalance that we talked about in the early vote. We didn't have as much of a Democratic imbalance this time, so Democrats need to have a bigger election day. We're just not seeing signs of that yet. There's still a lot out, again, about 1/3 of the vote overall, but you start to see stubborn margins come in, especially when good chunks of the vote are coming in already from the largest counties in the state.
And where's the benchmark for Fulton County? Where does she need to be performing well? She's just below.
She's about a point below that. And just to put in perspective, Fulton County is 178,000 advantage for Kamala Harris, and she's down by 200,000. To think about how far she'd be behind without the reporting we see from these two counties right next to each other, that's an enormous amount of vote, and it's vote that's already banked. Now we'll see what comes in. There's going to be a lot of election day vote in those in counties like that and throughout the Atlanta metro area. And these gray spots on our map are just places we don't have enough data to tell you is it going to tip to one direction or the other. So there's still some blank spots to be filled in. But again, as this number grows and this number stays stubbornly high, that's a problem for the Harris campaign.
And how much of this is early vote versus data? Is all of the early vote in now?
We're getting almost all, about 80% of the expected early vote in so far, and it is a large number. And here's where Trump is leading. That, again, a little bit of a change from previous cycles, maybe a reversion to people's historic norms of how they voted, but Trump winning in that early vote that is a large portion of the vote in Georgia overall.
All right, Rick Klein showing us the dynamic of the early vote this time around. Donald Trump embracing the early vote with his supporters. They did turn out in force, and we have to wait and see how in some of these other battleground states how that's going to play out. Donald Trump leading in Georgia at this hour. When we're closing into the 9 o'clock hour here, polls close in about 15 states, including the key battleground of Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Local news is standing by, and our live election night coverage continues in just a moment, right here on PCT.
Okay, we'll put it back on our post. Alright. Oh, why am I on the rifleman again? This makes sense. Why do I keep doing that?
CBS
I go back too far. Here we go.
$1 trillion every 6 months.
Oh, Mike.
And it was
Mike
annually
Ron.
just 6 years ago. The interest on the debt's as much as what we spent on defense. We need to shock that place into reality. And when you're an entrepreneur by trade, you generally, if you know how to pick the best fork in the road. And there are many of them. And to me, if it was coming back to lead our state where you can see the agenda, where you're going to get along with the legislature, imagine
Leaning
what
from
you
there,
can
right?
do with that.
Hi, CRR. No.
All right, you've been listening there.
No, it's
to Indiana
election
Governor
night.
Mike Braun,
Not
former
dance
Republican
night.
Senator Mike Braun, Republican Congressman Jim Banks taking his seat there in the Senate.
All right.
So we got some race calls in there in Indiana. Andrew Kraft, we are fastly approaching a new hour. You know what that means.
Andrew
Polls will be
Kraft.
closed, even more states though. But we do want to give you a lay of the land. Remember, we're tracking, and we have vantage points inside the Harris Walls Watch Party. That's live. So at the Trump Vance Watch Party, that's live.
Look at
there
them.
in
They're all
West
dressed
Palm
in nines.
Florida here. But let's talk about some of these gubernatorial races
Red
as
dress,
well. We
blue
are getting a
dress,
race
white
call in a
dress,
pretty big
striped
one, the Tar Heel
dress,
State.
Spangled Banner
Joining
dress.
me in the Live Now newsroom to break it down here. What's on in North Carolina between Mark Robinson and Josh Stein?
All right, so this was not one that we expected to be a red state gubernatorial-wise because there has been so much controversy surrounding GOP candidate there, Mark Robinson. There was that bombshell report that discussed some of his alleged
I'm gonna
online
see if I can
postings
lean
from
this
over a
straight
decade
up.
ago on an adult web forum. He already had an uphill
Right
battle
here.
before that scandal came out. Once the scandal came out, he stopped being invited to Trump events when he was in that state. Mark Robinson's campaign basically floundered at that point. North Carolina, let's pull up some of these results and let's zoom in so that we can see how this thing played out. Josh Stein is the AG in the state. He'll be the next governor. He's going to be succeeding Governor Roy Cooper, who was terminated. So Josh Stein going to be moving into the governor's mansion there. He won by a margin of about 8 points. North Carolina, that's a fascinating one. I want to keep it moving here because on this map too, Andrew, again, North Carolina, we kind of expected that to fall the way that it fell. New Hampshire, that's something I want to focus in on. That's the only real toss-up gubernatorial race that we were following. 32% of the votes counted so far, and Kelly Ayotte, the Republican, so far has exactly a 2-point lead over Joyce Craig. Looks like there's still ballots to be counted in that competitive gubernatorial race. We'll keep you posted if we have some props to get to.
Yeah, that's right. So we have now a resolution to the North Carolina gubernatorial contest. It got so much attention with those bombshell reports about some of Mark Robinson's alleged online behavior. This is the election night watch party for Robinson's supporters here, Austin. So if we see any campaign staffers of Robinson take to the podium there, we'll bring this live as well. So that's a live vantage point we have coming to us from North Carolina. We also have a live vantage point coming to us from New Jersey. We're expecting Senator-elect Andy Kim to address his crowd of supporters here. But to your point, Austin, we got to get in some of these race calls in on these ballot proposals and ballot questions put to voters in several states on a lot of different issues, including and especially, though, in Florida. Remember the issues of abortion and marijuana put to voters there in the Sunshine State, and we have some calls to make on that. I want to put this up here. This is Florida Amendment 3, Austin, to legalize marijuana in the state. 91% of estimated votes, and this fails. Austin, you see there.
You know, and this is Andrew, every time a statewide measure related to abortion has been to the states, every single time, and it looks like our graphic is having some trouble. We will say that we're not seeing exactly what we believe is happening there with that race. But if this measure were to fail, we'd be talking about the first statewide abortion measure that would be shut down, and that would be notable. Every single time that this thing has been put to a state, the pro-abortion side has won out. Of course, the overturn of Roe is what returned the power of these types of decisions to each individual state. We will, of course, work to get that graphic updated. I think we had some other propositions to get to as well, Andrew.
Yes, Austin, of course, we're tracking Florida Amendment 4, like you said, that's the abortion referendum there. But both, according to Florida Governor DeSantis, both of these ballot questions have failed there in the state of Florida. Austin, you noted the higher than usual threshold that was needed for these to pass here. Well, our colleague Christina Evans, she's tracking some of the reaction to the failure of some of these proposals on social media. Christina, what are they saying?
Absolutely, Andrew. You pointed it out. Yes, the Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was one of the first people to come out and say that both of these amendments have failed when we're talking about marijuana and abortion as well. Taking a look here inside of our social studio, I want to pull up for you some of the tweets that we have been monitoring right now. Look at that tweet from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He says, with the polls now closed, Amendment 3 has failed. Amendment 4 has failed as well. Again, one of the first people that we saw call this, but again, an additional reaction is coming in from the state. Take a look at this tweet there from Florida Representative DeSantis. He says spent tens of millions of taxpayer money against abortion rights and legalizing marijuana. This criminal and abuse of state dollars must be investigated by the Department of Justice immediately. So, of course, that is, again, Representative Maxwell Alejandro first there in the state, upset at the way that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis went about going on a blitz to make sure that these amendments did not pass in the days before the election. Also, some results as well that we're getting from an NFL legend here, Tony Dungy. The polls are now closed in Florida, and Amendment 3 and Amendment 4 both failed to pass. Thank you to all the Florida residents who helped to protect the lives of the unborn, and we want to help realize that those expectant mothers who need help will still be able to get it. So just some reaction that we're now seeing come in on social media in response to these amendments failing. Again, with the Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, one of the first people to speak out about this amendment failing. Andrew.
All right, Christina, thanks so much. Those were definitely key to watch there in Florida. We'll check in very, very soon. We are in a new hour. It's a little past 7 o'clock here Mountain Time, 9 o'clock there on the East Coast. Let's go to New Jersey right now. Congressman, the Democrat Andy Kim, giving a victory speech there in New Jersey, winning his Senate race. Let's watch.
I know that many of you took risks to join the campaign. You had people doubt your choice to join this campaign. You worked long hours and struggled and stressed about the challenges we confronted. I hope you take pride in this moment. Whoever says young people don't care about politics haven't met the young people that are the engine, power, and campaigns all over this And to our supporters, look what we've accomplished. Look what we've been able to do. By most standards of what is possible, this moment right now should not be occurring. A year ago, 6 years ago, few believed we could show that what we could accomplish. That we showed that politics isn't some exclusive club just for the well-off and the well-connected. We built something that epitomizes the grassroots. I hope this experience has brought you closer to understanding the essence of our democracy, that you have a deeper understanding of what it means to be a citizen of this great country, and that you feel empowered by that. You've heard me say this line a lot, and I'll say it again tonight, that I believe that the opposite of democracy is apathy. And by extension, I hope that you've seen our campaign as a means of being the opposite of that helplessness. I hope this moment is every bit as meaningful for you as it is for me. I want to say thank you to my family. My parents and my sister are here, who gave me the grounding in service and purpose that powers me every day. To my wife, Cammie. Look what we've accomplished. Look what we've done. For them, right? Yep. I'm just so proud of our family and what we've been able to do, our humble family, and be able to take this kind of actions. To my boys. I'm proud of the two of you. You know, I know that this has been tough. I know it hasn't been easy. And I know there have been moments where I haven't been there for you in the way that I wish I was as a father. But I hope you're proud of me. And I hope that when you learn about this moment in America, that you come to understand why I did what I did and why I fight for you. That's what it's about. I chose this hotel for a particular reason. 36 years ago, when I was 5 years old, my family and I lived out of the hotel for several weeks when we first moved to New Jersey. My nights in the state were right here in this hotel. My dad had just a job, his very first job ever, working at a lab in Camden to do cancer research. And we were looking for a home for us to rent. Very first nights, as I said, we're here, and some of the strongest memories I have ever had in my early moments of my life were here. I remember being here. I remember there was a restaurant here. I think it was called Circles. I can't remember. I just remember feeling like the food was amazing. I was like, people in New Jersey live good here. Quality of food, high class. I felt like a prince.
Are you talking about the Sliders?
And I just have to say, I wanted to be here tonight.
Well, I don't want the jalapeno
in this hotel. I wanted to pay tribute to my parents, to my family, to the state, giving a kid like me a chance to be able to dream, for giving me the tools through public education and a kind community.
Yeah.
It wasn't easy initially. We had no family to lean on here, no friends to help us get started, but New Jersey welcomed us. I wanted to return here tonight to give perspective. For my parents, this hotel was an important step leaving the American dream and then ultimately giving back to this state. My parents taught me something I'll never forget. They taught me to love America. I revere this country. I am in awe of America. When I worked at I've shared this story before, when I worked at the White House, I had a pair of black, pristine leather shoes that I would only wear whenever I was asked to go into the Oval Office. I wanted to treat that room different. I wanted to remind myself that I'm part of something bigger than all of us. And it's because of my reverence for this nation that it also pains me to see the struggles that we are going through. that we aren't just having policy debates and fights, but instead the very foundation of our democracy is rendered fragile. People tell me they simply didn't trust their public servants. They simply didn't trust that the politics was working for them. That they didn't think that the big challenges we face in our as a state are solvable because they thought nobody was looking out for them. While we know what happened in the race, I certainly recognize right now that we are at a moment of profound anxiety about what comes next for our country. That the coming minutes and hours and days could very well be excruciating. But regardless of what happens next, we need to recognize that we face significant challenge regardless of the outcome. That the divisions we face are deep to the bone. They will not be any single election, and it isn't just about the politics. We live in a time of the greatest amount of inequality in our nation's history, too. In Salem, I visited a public housing complex and talked to a mother who showed me the black mold growing on her home, on the walls where her kids live.
What is
She
this?
told me about her pleas for help that did not go answered.
Oh, this is Democrat.
I heard from a man who felt so pessimistic about his life, he said to me that he didn't think that he could ever afford to buy a home in this state because of the high cost as well as the high loan burden that he was facing. Regardless of what the final results are from this election, our nation is on an unsustainable trajectory. But let there be no doubt that this is a...
All right, so you've been listening to New Jersey's new Democratic Senator Katie King there giving his victory speech, besting his Republican rival, Basha there. This is, remember, Bob Menendez's seat that he vacated after resigning his Senate seat there. All right, I'm Andrew Pratt.
I fixed my face a little bit.
In more of these
I'm gonna turn this
presidential
around.
race calls, especially here, and we have a lot of this to make now that we are 10 minutes removed from this new hour. Let's take them here. So going now there to Wyoming. Wyoming's 3 electoral votes. Going to Donald Trump there, you can see with only around 2% of estimates counted, Trump besting Harris there.
Here's sunshine. Look at sunshine. You turn it around.
So, wanted to make sure we got that in. All right,
Well, I already showed you. She's all happy on the floor. Oops, what am I doing?
President Donald Trump over Vice President Harris.
Are you all happy on the floors?
8 electoral votes out of Louisiana staying in the red column here. Also, we do have more of these.
You guys talk baby talk to your babies.
South Dakota here. 3 electoral votes going to Donald Trump here.
This is sunshine. Sunshine already got fixed. Are you going to see your incision from 2 months ago? Oh my gosh. Come on. You don't have to leave like that.
For Trump in North Dakota.
Do you have to leave like that?
Coming up short in this predominantly red.
This is Daddy Kitty.
North Dakota. So moving on to
oh my gosh, look at him.
Nebraska District 1.
He just woke up his wife right there. That's Mama Kitty.
It's not a winner
Ginger.
State there.
This is where they have the gold and the stripes from. This guy.
Estimated votes counted 57 to 42 there.
Ever since we got him fixed over a year ago, he's pretty big.
As well, commenting,
hey, Daddy.
to some of these
hi, Daddy.
race calls and results coming in.
Look at his eyes are the same color as his fur.
Omaha, that congressional district here. 1 electoral vote there is up for grabs.
Look at your eyes.
Over Trump, 61 to 38.
Oh, anyway.
26% of estimated votes counted.
This is the cat that was supposed to be a boy that got impregnated by him because it took the Humane Society over 3 months to get him in.
Trump up on Harris almost.
See, his eyes are the same color as his fur.
Some of these numbers now.
Hey, baby.
All of Nebraska has 5.
He wants to be right
let's
here.
Talk about Nebraska here. Why does it all have 5 votes there?
Yeah, it's a little deceptive, Andrew. Basically, what we're talking about here is
are you upset?
2 of the electoral votes out of those 5 go for the entire.
This is the one that got fixed yesterday.
That's how they determine 2 of those votes.
Rain is still in.
The other 3 votes are split between the 3 congressional districts in Nebraska. Gets 1 electoral vote.
Okay, I'm gonna lean this.
One specifically.
No, I'm not. Let's sit down on the floor really quick and turn this around and.
1 electoral vote in Nebraska District 2,
And
as well as the blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, that would get for the presidency, as
like
long as
leaning
all of
against
the
this.
43 other non-around states and DC fall the way
Okay,
they expect
so
to fall.
I'm
They
gonna
just gave
make
us a
some
lot of
nice
data.
chip
Here's
hot
what that
pies.
means for our electoral college tally. Right now, Harris is at 99, Trump at 177. Here is how the map is.
What?
You see a lot of these states that we expected to go red, they're called as soon as the polls are closing because the Associated Press knows that these are going to be
I'm trying to show the darn TV and I'm
dominated really by Republican voters.
all right.
We see
Anyway, I'm gonna
Texas going
stick
red,
a chicken
Oklahoma,
pot pie in the microwave.
Georgia.
The kids
Let me just
really
say,
like them.
none of the
Are you
battleground
gonna
states
go
have
eat
been
some
called so
dinner?
far. Let's talk about Nebraska.
What did I have?
It's these
I had an
tiny
iced
dots here off
coffee,
to the corner. You see Nebraska has
and for
District
lunch
1,
I
2,
had.
and 3. Maine has a similar dynamic
Oh,
where electoral
what did
votes,
I have for lunch?
Two of them go to the state at large.
I
And
know
then
I ate
all the
some.
congressional districts each get one
I can't even
congressional
remember.
vote each. So those two states, they operate a little bit differently than the rest
Oh,
of
good
Ohio.
grief.
Going
All
red,
right.
and let's zoom in here.
Let
'Cause
me
Ohio's interesting, Andrew.
hit the mute. Oh my God, you guys, I hit the mute button. For the past 15 minutes, I've had no sound. Wow. Flips. I vacuumed the house. I got down with a sponge and I mopped the floor over there. I'm back. Well, I've been back, but I fixed the sound. Oh God, you guys, what a flippin' dorkster it can be. If you hadn't said it, I never would have known, and I saw a line over the mute button. Getting roasting now. Now it's getting a little warm. My hair's growing out. I'm trying to figure out what to do with it, right? Can't wait till I can get contacts, right? Do I wear it like that? Do I put this in like this? Have some fluff on one side? Like, what do I do? I like to have a whole part messed up. Oh my God. Now it's a real mess. Anyway, I'm really glad Rose is okay. You know, people are drinking. They're drinking and driving because they're going places, right? And it's election time. Blind as a bat. Dangerous. What's dangerous? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, people are partying already, expecting their candidates to win, right? I mean, they're expecting that. And I'm going to say it again like I 2 hours ago. I think Harris is going to win. I've had this weird feeling ever since she ran against Trump, right? She beat out the other people, or they bowed down, or whatever happened, and just her and Trump going for it. I just had this weird feeling, guys. And it's just a thought that I seem to dismiss. And it might be because my mother's kind of concerned in Iowa. She's hoping for Harris. And my daughter is like, it's been stressing for a few weeks. And I told her, I said, well, you know, you never know, but I think Harris is going to win. I just do, you guys. So we'll see. We'll see if I'm right. The North Carolina governor has given his victory speech. All right. Yeah. Are you guys hitting the like for me? You think she's going to win too? Listen, I think she'll win because women want to be able to, especially women, right? Be able to have the choice with bodies. I think that's a real big thing. Now, if it wins, I think it's because of border stuff. People have been trying to her, you know, it's just not fair. Just because she's vice president, you know, well, it's her fault. Trump said he was going to build a wall, and he needs miles and miles, and he did not get it done in those 4 years he was president. So why is it her fault? You know, well, it's just not her fault. Now, in my eyes, with the whole Biden thing. I guess some of it is his fault. I think it's neck and neck. And the other reason I want Harris, you guys, and I'm not trying to convince anyone, but I don't want our health care taken. I really need it. I had a stroke 3.5 years ago, and once you have one, it's easier to have another. Apparently, same with a heart attack. Once you have one, easier to have another. Doesn't mean you will, but it's easier. And then the whole thing with pre-existing conditions, people that have pre-existing conditions need to have medical care. 99 Harris, 178 Trump. Oh my God, see that? First it was in the 30s and he was 100 and something. Then Harris went up to the 50s. Now she's in the 70s. Trump is ahead, question mark. He is. He's ahead, but Harris in the electoral votes is creeping up. Like every hour, it seems she's gone from 30 to 50, and now she's 70%, and he hasn't gotten any more in the last 2 hours. I mean, he won't. Wait for California. It's still not over. Oh, yeah. The voters for California. Okay, I'm going to bid on this. Gee, I hope I don't lose. Maybe I'll just lean it on the couch. I hope I lose. The volume. There we go. There we go. I mean, it's kind of far away, and probably too far away. Where's the third commercial break? What's going on with the action? Tulip's awake.
Welcome back here. Sue Live now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here on the election night. I want to bring to the conversation my colleague, Austin Westfall, here in the Live Now newsroom, and 24 Sites, Tom Lobianco. We all are here tracking all of this, and we have a lot to get to. Let's first start off right now. Where does the Electoral College stand at 9:30 Eastern, Austin?
Right now, the Electoral College, let's get over to this because we are starting to see Trump 178 here, and we'll make sure that we've got the map up because Trump is getting, right now, he is just under 100 points away from that map number 270. Harris with 99. There are still a lot of big Democratic states that are yet to be called. California, Oregon, Washington, those are going to be some of the bigger states that are going to put some more of on the Harris side. Nonetheless, we're, of course, tracking all the battleground states, being Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia. We have no results yet out of the two western battleground states, Arizona and Nevada. But as you see so far right now, as we look at Wisconsin, at least where it stands, with 12% of the votes counted, it looks like this battleground state, Trump has a lead so far. That state leaning red at this early hour. Michigan, let's look at 12% of the votes counted. Right now, Harris has about an 8% lead in Michigan. Pennsylvania, what many consider to be, that this is the most crucial battleground state of them all. Just over a quarter of the votes have been tallied so far, And right now, Harris has an 11-point lead over Donald Trump. We'll see if more Republican votes file in as the night progresses. Of course, every single poll has indicated that that is tight as can be.
Yeah,
moving down to some of these southern states, let's focus on North Carolina. 58% of the vote being tallied so far, and right now Trump has a 4-point lead. Excuse me, that's looking more like a 3-point lead for Trump in the tar state. The final one I'll get to here is Georgia. Andrew, 75% of the vote tallied. 3/4 of the vote is in the Peach State. Trump has a 0.4% lead. That's where we're at right now.
All right, Austin, thanks so much. Tom, with whatever Austin just said there, kind of giving the roundup of the battleground states, can you glean anything from them, from the results coming in right now?
Yeah, super helpful there. I mean, look, the numbers that we are seeing from Georgia and North Carolina really seem to show him running away with it down in the Sun Belt, okay, especially in Georgia, right? Now, it's very tentative, but some of the early exit polls we have seen has shown Trump performing, showed a lot more men voters showing up and supporting Trump, all right? And that's a really big dynamic. We talked about women voters with Harris, right? But up in the Rust Belt, Wisconsin, Michigan, all right, Pennsylvania, especially in Wisconsin, Michigan, there's still not too many returns yet. I think I saw like 9% returns, something like that, up in Wisconsin. So it's going to be a little while before we see what's happening up in the Rust Belt, blue wall. But down in the Sun Belt, especially Georgia, it's looking really good for Trump right now.
All right, we do have pictures there inside the Trump-Vance election night watch party. We also have live pictures outside there at the Harris-Walz election night watch party as well there. Of Howard University in Washington. Let's talk, though, now about some of these key Senate races that we're getting the results in. Let's focus our efforts first there in Ohio, the Democratic incumbent Sherrod Brown and his Republican challenger Bernie Moreno. And we were talking before the break, Austin, you and I, about the Senate map and the Senate makeup here. This is where it stands between Moreno and Brown. What can we glean from this?
And I'll just do a quick run through here because there was a number, and if you come out to the map here, I'll show off a little bit of what we're working with here. So you'll see an odd color, that's yellow, that's because, and Vermont and Maine both leaning for their independent incumbents in both of those cases. Senator King and Senator Sanders expected to win in Vermont and Maine. That's why you see yellow. As far as battleground states go in the Senate, there are toss-up races, at least what have been considered to be toss-up races for the election. In Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, we've been eyeballing Nebraska to see if the independent challenger there could make some noise. It appears so far that that state is leaning. So, Montana, that's going to be interesting to glean from once we start getting results in. But Tom, and this is something that we're going to be focusing on a lot, is Ohio. Many thought that the three-term incumbent senator there, Sherrod Brown, he has been elected in favorable Democratic years. I believe the first time he was elected was in light of the war. That was back 2006. That was a favorable year for Democrats. 6 years later, that was an Obama year. That was another favorable year for Democrats. The last time he was up for election was the term after Trump was elected. There was a blue wave there. Is this the toughest challenge yet and the most polarizing race we've seen Sherrod Brown participate in so far?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, there is, I was talking with one of my long-term sources about this a couple days ago, and we're going to know a lot. We see all the tallies, but the Democrats still have a problem up in the Rust Belt with working-class voters, okay? And, the questions on what happens with the presidential. Sherrod Brown always was one of the populist Democrats and was able to outpace national Democrats in Ohio.
For fiddlesticks.
Okay, that's really important to watch. And if that is, I think that's a leading indicator of a bigger problem for Democrats right now. But again,
Tom, just want to chime in here. We are getting a race because we're talking about Senate races, Tom.
I want to
this is a Senate race in Maryland. This is
read the chat.
Angela Alsobrooks, the Democrat, beating former Republican governor of Maryland, Larry.
I haven't taken my meds yet.
Seat's being vacated by
I
retiring
usually do
Democrat
by
Ken
about
Cardin
3:30.
So this seat stays in Democratic hands here. Tom, Austin. let's comment on this. A lot of Republicans, and you and I have talked about this race, Tom.
Maryland stayed in Democrat hands. Democratic. Thank God.
Materialize a victory. That's not the case here tonight. 55 to 43, with a little over half of estimated votes counted here. This was also Brooks to lose. She has not done that. The AP calling the race for her.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? I remember years ago when then Lieutenant Governor Michael Steele ran against Ben Cardin. All right. And there was a lot of talk that he might be the Republican to do it, especially because he was the first elected.
How is everyone tonight? Feels like a Friday or Saturday night.
He ended up losing by a pretty similar margin to that.
Just a
Now,
Tuesday.
we don't know because we've only seen about 55% or so right now. But if that divide holds up, it just really showed for Maryland. I mean, Hogan was an incredibly popular governor of Maryland. A lot to break away from Trump, which is what you need to do in traditionally blue Maryland. Maybe you just
Maryland used to,
at least in these Senate races,
traditionally be blue.
So talk to us, because there are several examples around the country, correct, of some of these competitive races where
this channel is, it's pretty partisan. I mean, it's not Fox Live, and it's not ABC, NBC, which is usually sort of Democratic.
50 years ago, all politics is local.
NBC and NBC. One of them that Trump doesn't like at all.
From this stuff. I remember I was up at the state fair in Maryland not too long ago, and you had the Larry Hogan signs next to the Donald Trump signs at the Maryland Republican Party booth, and you could tell he didn't want anything to do with it. All politics is really national now. It's changed so much from the way it used to be.
All right, we do have some more of these results coming in. Let's stay though on the Senate races. Let's focus our efforts on Texas right now. We just this live picture up there. This is in Texas at the Colin Allred election night watch party here. Let's put up that race right now. This is quite a sizable lead Cruz has over Allred at the moment.
You're
64%
kidding.
estimated votes counted. Democrats were somewhat bullish here. And correct me if I'm wrong, Tom. Were Republicans worried about how Ted Cruz would do? The race hasn't been called yet, but we see the votes.
Hi from Trinidad. Hi.
Well, you know, my Republican sources
Hi,
were
Smiling
never worried
Clover.
about the Cruz race.
Hello.
I think you heard more from Democratic sources. They might be able
Following the election,
ride a wave of
what I'm
support
doing.
from women in this election, and maybe potentially get Allred up over the top.
Yeah.
Cruz historically has been fairly unpopular, as wise go for Texas, but but that's the doesn't seem to be the case so far. But again, we still got.
I'm gonna turn it around so we can see what's going on.
As these race calls go, it becomes harder later in when you have more of the precincts reporting. It becomes a lot harder.
Thank you for coming to PCT IS XSTREAM.
Take a gap of that size. So it looks like Cruz is in pretty good position now.
I've been on a while. None of this was planned.
Anything to learn from counties within a deep red state?
Are you from?
Well, it's
Claudio Garcia. Hello, I'm in Washington State. Truly, I'm a Democrat.
Groups of voters that are not.
And I'm hoping for Harris.
Men and women are not monolithic. They do not vote uniformly.
Hello.
I think we really got to look at the.
I'm kind of hanging out like this.
More, and we match that up with the actual rallies. I think we're gonna have to look at
just
some of the key
making my
dynamics,
chicken
what
pot
we're
pies
talking
for the
about, what concerns them.
kids. My daughter's feeling under the weather.
I heard a lot about the economy too. Trump seems better on the economy with women, but that's also not always the case.
Yeah.
Harris had been cutting into that.
So
it's
anyway, I have a non-alcoholic brew in the freezer. I've been sober 13 years. It's been a year and a half since I've even had one. And yeah.
Challenger Eric Hovey there. This is only with around 22% of
So
estimated votes counted.
You're from Brazil? Wow.
Much, though.
Do you want Harris or do you want Trump?
Should Democrats be worried?
Or maybe you don't want to say.
Could be.
In your Trinidad, just now it's election in my country because it's PM who runs my country is a black man. I missed the rest of your message. I'm gonna have to hit it.
Talking about supporting Trump trade policies back when he was in office. I mean, the political bets this cycle are some of the strangest
and he
I've
is
ever
running
seen.
in down.
She could be
In
good
town?
shape. One of the
Running
things
in town?
over on the 24 site
That is
podcast,
so
Ground Game
neat.
podcast
It's
that
so
run on
neat to
24
have
site
people from
with my
all
friend
over the
Patrick
world
Kingston.
here come into my channel. Will
We
you
had
guys
on
hit the
Charles
like?
Sykes a little while ago, and he
And
was
if you're
talking about
willing
how
to, will you
Republicans used to have
subscribe to
very
me?
good ground
I talk
operation
about
in
true
Wisconsin.
crime. I
Scott
talk
Walker,
about crime
Bryce
cases in the
Travis,
past.
back in the day,
I dance
about a decade
sometimes.
ago. Democrats have usurped that and have done a lot
I've
better
covered,
under
you
that
know,
Democratic
emotional
Party here in
wellness
Wisconsin.
before. I've read books
Ground
in the
games,
past.
turnout, operations, those things matter.
And I
especially
never
in tight
know when
races
I'm going
like this. So
live. Mary Jane, I guess Alaska, the last
not
state, will have its
unforeseeable that
results
she wins
around
and
1
Trump wins
a.m.
too in Wisconsin. That's
Wow.
not out of
California
the realm
and
of possibility
Oregon and
here.
Washington will go Harris.
Political Science 101
Yes,
for a
they
minute, Tom.
will.
Explain to us why we're talking so much about the balance of power in the Senate. and
Montana
House.
is
How does that
definitely a
dictate
Republican
how powerful of a president we're going to be working with?
state.
Well, I'll tell you, you hear voters complain a lot about how Washington doesn't get anything done.
Oh,
and
if I
need to
touch this
return
thing
to
and
normal
pull it
order.
down.
It is incredibly hard to pass
Oh,
legislation
dear.
through Congress and get it to any president's desk these days. And certainly that,
Oops,
a lot
what
of
am I
that has to
doing?
do with the Senate. You need to be able to break a filibuster. And, with the exception of the courts,
Looks good
it's
how
60
you
votes.
have it. You're
And,
back.
neither side, the traditionalist
Thank
and
you,
the Senate,
everyone, for
wanted to
being
touch
here.
that.
Hello.
So in a strong sense, no matter if you get a Harris presidency or a Trump presidency again, it's not a guarantee that
But
you're
what's
going
the
to be able to
kitty
move
cat
things. Now,
meows?
where that comes into play
What's the
is those
meows?
nominations and whether you're able to get actually
Crime is
confirmed,
rampant in your country. Oh, in Trinidad?
but also the secretary,
I'm so sorry.
cabinet. If you're able to get them confirmed, that gives them more power, and that's really important.
Well, we
here.
got a
And
lot
so
of gun
Republicans
violence here,
could
right,
be-
Mary
They
Jane?
look to be in a very strong position right now. And,
It's frankly out of control.
It looks it might go with John
I'm not
Kerry
against
potentially
people
becoming
having
Senate Majority
guns. I'm
Leader.
not,
Again,
you
a lot of-
guys, but there
a lot
should
of
be
things still have to play out
regulations.
within the Senate
I mean,
Republican
good
Congress.
grief.
That would give Senate Republicans
You know?
and Senator John Thune out of South Dakota a lot of power.
Okay.
Speaking of who would be in charge of Senate Republicans,
I gotta lean this again.
we aired Rick Scott's victory
Something out of
speech
the
last
kitchen.
hour, and almost in the same breath,
Oops.
he moved on
Oh
to
my
another
gosh.
race he's waging, and that is for Republican leader in the Senate.
And now what?
He's had
What did I
been
do?
Very critical of current leader McConnell stepping back.
Oh, okay, there we go.
So I believe those elections placed internally for Republicans on the House and Senate side, November
Not
13th.
muted, is it? Okay.
You will focus on today's election, but I just want to get your sense here. Let's focus on the Harris-Trump campaigns right now. And Tom, you got a lot of sources within the Trump campaign. That's their election night watch party. We have this switch feed here. We're seeing a lot of folks there with MAGA hats. I also just saw one of these Jewish Trump voters as well. You see there, people taking selfies. So, you can get a sense of the vibes. Can't really glean anything results-wise from how the parties are doing. Maybe a little bit later on you can, but what do you see when you look at this shot we have inside Trump HQ?
Well, this campaign, and we've talked about this extensively throughout the election, is, as Trump campaign has been remarkably disciplined. All right, and you got to give credit to Susie Wiles there and Chris LaCivita and Tony Fabrizio, kind of that trio at the top of this operation. All right, but there have been a lot of concerns. I mean, look, when the Iowa poll came out, Ann Selzer showing a lot of problem with women voters in Iowa for Trump. You started that reflected by Trump himself on stage at these rallies. All right, whether it's performative on purpose or whether he's just getting tired and worn out, whatever the reason, he's very transparent in his emotions and how he's feeling about things. We've always known that about him. So I don't know. Look, the early results I'm seeing, again, go back to the Sun Belt, especially Georgia and North Carolina, do incredibly well there. And if these exit polls turn out to be correct, with a larger of men breaking for Trump, especially with minorities, Black and Latino voters, that gives a lot of confidence. All right, and you can see that reflected in the crowd. But there's still a lot of concerns with women breaking hard for Harris. all right, in the last couple of races. So still a lot to be determined here.
Yeah,
Still,
Tom,
it is early.
It is early, Tom. I keep reiterating that point. We have a live picture, though, at Harris's election night watch party there on the campus of Howard University. Of course, she's in there. So let's talk about how the Harris campaign might be feeling. I've been citing this all day today, Tom. Senior advisor to the Harris campaign, Dave Clough, was on CNN last night at this time with Aaron Burnett. He says the campaign, they believe they can win all 7 battleground states. Now, is that what some political pollsters and pundits call opium or not here? What does that mean?
Opium? Never heard that.
No.
Opium?
I just, based on what we're seeing so far tonight, that looks incredibly unlikely to happen. And, that's standard for any campaign, top of the campaign. They're all going to say that. But look, we saw some of the early exits from NBC News. There was a lot of talk a couple days ago about the Madison Square Garden rally and Puerto Rico comments really damaging Trump with Latinos and Puerto Ricans. Okay, that does not seem to have translated among the electorate, especially among the men. All right, and 3rd and 4th generation younger Latinos. All right, so if that is the case, it's going to be a little harder for her. Especially, you can't even talk about places like Arizona at that point. Nevada could be a little bit different. All right, Nevada is its own unique beast, but in Arizona, if that trend stays true, you pretty much write off Arizona for Harris. And again, and then it becomes an issue in Pennsylvania. All right, you got to look at Allentown, Lehigh Valley. All right, you got to watch the returns coming out of there. That was the big concern. All right, Pennsylvania is really a must-win for us. Okay, it's not as much of a must-win for Trump, but it first to look like she needs that blue wall to hold.
Before we go, Tom, I got you about Puerto Ricans because there's an interesting statistic coming out of Osceola County. This is just south of Orlando. Right now, Trump, with 95% of the votes counted, Trump has percent. Harris, 48. So Trump's up by 2 points.
Here's my non-A.
Biden won
See?
Osceola County.
Where's it say non-A?
14 points.
Oh, God, I have to prove.
This county is important because I believe around 1/3 of the population there are Puerto Ricans. What do you make of Trump seeming to gain some ground in a county like this?
Yeah. One of the big things, and this is really important, we had Madrid on the Ground Game podcast recently. He specializes in
let me hold it.
Look at the way Trump talks about
even in AA, people go to bars and stuff and have this.
Especially, we should note here, of course, that Puerto Ricans are Americans. All right, but culturally, the problem was dumping on the entire culture. It was very racist.
I'm trying to balance everything. See?
He talks a lot
non-alcoholic.
Oh, God, you guys. Voters, especially people who are here 3 and 4 generations
My
deep.
tremors are just
they
off the wall.
And you start to see that movement among the younger Latinos towards Trump.
Okay.
And that's really in understanding this dynamic.
What did I miss in chat?
Especially for Latinos, large South American population, Colombian Venezuelans,
No, my country is in a mess, Smiling Clover. Crime is rampant. Oh, goodness gracious.
And you got a lot of South Florida.
Clean my windows today, both sides.
Talk about voter groups.
Little kitty paws get on it now and then.
And sometimes I seem to forget that.
Tom Lobianco with 24 Site. Tom, can't thank you enough. This entire year, you've been so instrumental.
Thank you, guys.
Austin, thank you too. We're going to take a final commercial break of this hour. More results for that came
Final
from. We're also
commercial
going out live
break.
to the Trump Vats Watch Party in West Palm Beach. Some of our reporters standing by. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
Oh, okay, it's my first sip of this in a year and a half.
If you'd only shopped Aldi, you'd be home now for reals. All this holiday pricing. Do things cost more before? Stop wasting your time. Time to head for the door.
Wow.
When this grocery store is, get yourself out
It's
of
so
here.
cool.
Escape now. Everyday low prices on the app. Yes,
This
shop
commercial
Aldi.
is
Pay low prices
hilarious.
too.
but
We
I
don't
missed
waste
the
dollars.
beginning.
It's not what we do.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Because everything we don't do is for you. It's a leave thing.
Okay, they're in commercial break. Where's this? I'll turn this down a little. So yeah, you know, in Australia, there's a lot of knife crime. And that's what I've been told by the Australian, and I mean a lot. You know, I don't know about every day, you guys, but in a mall, on the street, you know, because guns aren't, or pew-pews aren't allowed, right? Chew-ins aren't allowed. But then, of course, we have these gosh darn, gall dang, whatever you want to call them, mass shootings, which way back, you know, when the son's father in California's son walked into a convenience store, young 20s, and was shot. And so he hashtagged not one more. I knew there'd be thousands more. I knew it. I mean, people can have all the outcry they want. If people, excuse me, in Congress don't change the laws of some things, then it's not going to change. Okay, Andy. Andrew Kraft.
In the meantime, like I said before the break, let's go out now live to West Palm Beach to the Trump Vance election night watch party.
Okay, they're all hanging out. This is what gave me the idea to have my non-A, is watching them sip on this.
Hey, Andrew. Well, of course, with this being done with Trump supporters, they are excited and encourage the Trump campaign advisors. They tell us that they feel they're on for a good night. They're encouraged by some of this exit polling that is coming in. The supporters here, they cheer every time a state is called for the former president. Trump, though, is watching this all go down from Mar-a-Lago, where he's watching the returns come in with family and friends. Former President Trump is spending a night where he kicked off his campaign.
Look at Melania, she's blonde now.
His biggest supporters, Elon Musk, and his team is feeling confident they can secure the magic number of 270 electoral votes.
For early voting, it was definitely, we didn't have as much male turnout, and that's not just for our party, that's for any party in terms of voting. But after today, we're seeing a change, and we're seeing such optimism.
Millions of voters braved long lines to cast their ballots, each with different issues in mind.
Under a new Trump administration, I think we're going to have more secure borders. We have everything going for us. We're going to lose a lot of that if Trump wins.
But with the race neck and neck, it could be days before we know the final results. During a visit to thank his campaign staff, the president expressed his frustration with the vote counting process.
They should do paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID, and be done. Same day.
I didn't recognize her.
You'd have it by 10 o'clock.
No matter the outcome, the Democrat this election will have a challenging task on the first day of their administration.
One of the most important jobs of whoever the president-elect is going to be has got to be unifying the country.
Keep this still.
Donald Trump was asked earlier today if he'll accept the results of this election if he loses. He said, if it's, quote, a fair one, I'll be the first to acknowledge it. Andrew, back to you.
I don't believe that.
I had a question because remember, a lot of reporters have been asking Trump whether or not he would be voting in favor of Amendment Question 3 and 4 on marijuana and abortion. And really gotten a sense of how he voted on that, though we do know those questions failed there.
Yes, so we didn't really get a clear answer from Trump on how he voted on those measures, but as he said, really not a big deal. They failed today.
All right, Rebecca Kessler there, live for us in West Palm Beach. Talk soon. Thanks so much.
Wait, they were trying to legalize marijuana in Florida?
We have yet another race call that we have to make. The Associated Press calling
just
Missouri for Donald Trump here. Let's take that. You see there, percent of estimated votes counted right now, though.
Missouri.
This was enough to call the race for Trump in the Show Me State. There you can see the vote margin. So anytime we do want to bring you into the conversation as well. Remember, we're checking in on some of the trends going on social media as well, because we are about 15 seconds away from the top of the next hour. That means Polls will close in some of the western states as well. Let's check in with Live Now's Christina Evans.
You guys hit the like,
Christina,
please.
what's going on social media right now?
Oh, I'm doing my best.
Absolutely, Andrew. It's been a big night on
Keeping
social
us
media
steady.
as well. We're getting a lot of updates and able to see what's happening on the ground in certain states, including Arizona, one of those critical battleground states. I do want to show you another look here in our social center so you can get an idea of kind of how we're tracking these tweets and these other posts as they're coming in to our newsroom. But let's talk about the latest one that we're seeing out of Arizona. This is thanks to Fox 10. We're getting this update. What you're seeing now on your screen. This is an update there from Fox 10 reporter Kenzie Beach. She's there on the campus of Arizona State University in Tempe. As you can see, polls have closed in this location, but the lines are still long there. Students still putting in their opportunity to cast their vote for the presidential election and some of those other elections happening there in the battleground state of Arizona. So she did say that folks are encouraged to stay in line so that way their votes will be counted. But in areas like on college campuses at Arizona State University specifically, lines are still long, even though the polls have closed in Arizona. I do want to also give you an update here on Live Now. Another look at another place in Arizona where the polls are going to remain open. This is the Navajo Nation area in Apache County. This is all thanks to the Navajo Nation president that he filed a lawsuit to extend polling hours to accommodate voters. This after the Arizona Secretary of State said that voters in the county experienced issues with e-poll books and printers. So we do know there in the Navajo Nation, those polls will remain open until 9 p.m. local time. That's just another hour or so in the state of Arizona. So again, they will stay open so that way the Navajo Nation members can cast their vote there for the presidential election. Again, Arizona, one of those critical battleground states that we're keeping a very close eye on in this election. Will be interesting to see how these things shake out. The long lines are on social media, but folks remaining in place to make sure that their voice is heard.
Yeah, that's of course so true. If you're in line, stay in line. That's the message from some of these election officials there in some of these battleground states. Thanks so much. We'll talk soon. In the meantime here, we do want to kind of reset here at the top of the hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. So we are going to go through some of the electoral college vote tallies at the moment. We can pop.
I have the iPad leaning on my toes.
You see where the tally stands
My
right
socks.
now. Trump with 198 electoral college votes. Harris with 99, though it is still early, of course.
Make sure I don't mess with the
mute. In some of these western battleground states like Nevada, like Arizona, like Montana, like Utah as well. Tracking some down ballot races in those states, including some of these key Senate races there as well. In the meantime, we do have, let's go back to Michigan now. The Secretary of State there, Jocelyn Benson, she's addressing the press. Let's watch.
Clear and unequivocal will of the voters. This is an incredible day for Michigan, and this is an incredible day for Bern. My thanks to clerks and staff all across the state who worked long and difficult hours over the last several months preparing for today. Their preparation paid off in a smooth and successful election. And I'm grateful to so many members of my team here tonight who helped facilitate that work all throughout the state, all day today, and the many partners we have had along the way, from our faith leaders to, yes, our sports teams. And that's one of the reasons why we're here in Ford Field tonight, to really emphasize how important these partnerships were, from faith leaders to sports leaders to business leaders, law enforcement, and our Attorney General, all of whom share with us
Are you watching it with
our democracy is at its strongest when every voice is heard and when every vote is counted. Finally, I want to thank the millions of voters who participated in this election. Just like our Lions, you have made winners of all of us. Thank you.
Aw.
Happy to take any questions.
It's a nice thing to say.
Go ahead.
Darylyn Horn with WWJ. Were there any instances of any issues or any misinformation spread today? And if so, how was that addressed?
One of the candidates, the former president, said there was a strong law enforcement in Philadelphia and Detroit. That was not true. We quickly debunked it. To the extent that people were upset, it was usually just because they couldn't get one of these stickers. We saw some of them sold on eBay, which I don't recommend. But at the same time, we also made these stickers available in Secretary of State branch offices for the rest of this week.
All right, Jocelyn Benson there. She's the Secretary of State in Michigan, talking about all those I voted stickers and how.
What you
The
doing,
voting has
Daddy?
gone there in Michigan.
What Daddy
as well.
doing?
But in the meantime, let's move away from Secretary Benson. We do have one of these candidates conceding race there. Let's go out to Maryland. Former Republican governor of Maryland, Larry Hogan, losing this Senate race. The Democrat Angela also Brooks there. Let's watch.
Inspired me to get into this race and my entire family. Give them a big round of applause.
Aww. I always feel bad for the people that
I stepped up to run because I
don't
was
win.
concerned what kind of a future we would be leaving for all of our kids and grandkids.
Oh,
and
gosh.
The greatest title wasn't governor or senator, it's dad and pop-pop. I also want to thank our incredible campaign staff. Please give them a round of applause. They did an amazing job. And the thousands of volunteers all across the state who worked their butts off. You know, some campaigns drag on for years. This one was a 9-month sprint. We ran full speed from day one. For early.
All right.
The question is whether that message got across and was enough.
Rick Klein, what's the blue wall looking like at this point? Yeah, we've seen some numbers come in that shifted lead, again, numerically, because it just has to do with the pace of vote. But right now, Donald Trump with a 33,000 vote edge. We've gotten a lot of rural vote.
This is Pennsylvania.
This is Pennsylvania, yes. You asked earlier about Wilkes-Barre, Luzerne County. That has flipped red as of now, 57% of vote in. Donald Trump racking up some numbers there in an area where Democrats had some hopes to build things up. You can also see what's starting to happen in the western part of the state. We have some significant numbers north of Pittsburgh and Butler County. This is a place where Donald Trump is coming close to his benchmark number. Really, this is a function of a lot of vote coming in the redder parts of the state. We still have a lot to go in Philadelphia. That's by far the biggest city. We're seeing Delco go very strongly for Kamala Harris. She's outperforming where she needs to be, also outperforming where Joe Biden was, and same story up through Montgomery. This is still an interesting one, Bucks County. A lot of folks are keyed into that. A lot of votes still to go. Unclear exactly what kind of vote that is, but at least now Kamala Harris outperforming that benchmark. So it's a long night to go, but we're getting close to half the votes in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, this would appear to be her strongest state so far as her benchmark performance, at least meeting that 538 average of where these candidates need to be. Donald Trump, in a number of the counties you just showed, slightly below the benchmark, though getting very close to it. Yeah. Which explains why the vote is so close right now. 46% of the vote in Donald Trump, but very slight lead in Pennsylvania. And you were looking at the Latino Pennsylvania and some of the counties where they live, and wondering if this 11th hour of the Harris campaign to try to reach out to Latinos would actually work.
Yeah, and as Martha was talking about what she saw there in Nevada, I was thinking about what I saw personally here in Pennsylvania. This is Berks County, which includes Reading. Donald Trump has a campaign office here. This is a county that has a large Hispanic and Latino population. Reading is 72% Latino. This is one of those counties where we are going to see this split screen, because you have Donald Trump's rhetoric. You have that rally after Madison Square Garden where that speaker compared Puerto Rico to an island of garbage. This is also a county where the economy just matters so much. They're still dealing with high poverty. Let's take a look at where Donald Trump is here. I will tell you, he's already beating his benchmark with 76% of the vote in. You can see where he was just 4 years ago, 53%. He's already there. We're still waiting on a large amount of election day vote as well as early by mail vote as well. And then again, right here, David, he's already performing really well here. While he was campaigning here in Reading, Vice President Kamala Harris was in Allentown. This is Lehigh County. You can see just how well she's doing here. Right now, she's ahead of by 6,000 votes or so, but still a lot of it left to be counted. 43% right now.
Thanks, Rachel. One of the things that's very telling is the map with the sort of circular diagram that shows you where the vote still remains. Can you just show us in Pennsylvania at this hour where the vote still has to be tallied? I want to take this over to Donna and Ryan. The one that shows the outstanding vote.
Yeah, you can see that's Philadelphia and the suburbs. Good amount of vote in Pittsburgh as well. When you see a purple dot like that, that's more of a battleground county, so it's probably going to advantage either candidate. But there's a significant amount of Republican votes still outstanding as well, and what looks like it's going to be a close state.
The battle for Pennsylvania, Donna. What do you think?
First of all, I've taken my meditation early because, once again, Democrats are going to come in late. They're going to come in late in Pennsylvania. And clearly in Georgia, what's happening is that Democrats are not overperforming in DeKalb and Cobb and Fulton. You have to overperform because Donald Trump is doing 4 points better in some of the rural areas. So again, Democratic cities tend to come in late. I'm seeing that pattern once again. I have, good information that Philadelphia is going to come in much stronger than in 2020. And by the way, in some of these areas, you can compare apples to apples, but Kamala Harris has had to build a different coalition. So I'm also looking in some of these suburbs if the issue of abortion, the threat of democracy, if it worked in those areas in terms of pulling out hope.
And those are the collar counties around Philadelphia. Can we take another look at that based on Donna's point here, whether or not Harris is having success in those counties, getting the numbers up to where they need to be?
Yeah, for sure. Chester County is a key one there. It's about 5% of the whole statewide total. Not a lot of information yet. We're seeing Harris run a little bit below where she
Thanks
needs to.
everyone for being here.
County, an outperformance so far, again, with less than a third of the vote in. And I've kept my eye on Bucks throughout the night to try to track this.
I'm aware you're here. I'm just
the Harris campaign.
Watching and listening intently.
Story. And as Donna said with Philadelphia, one of the interesting little quirks is just how Clinton's vote share actually went down a little bit with Joe Biden. Biden wins the state, but Clinton actually did a little bit better in the city of Philadelphia, even though it was elsewhere in the state that he was able to make up votes. So what kind of coalition is built becomes really important for all of this. You can also look at some of the more battleground, closely divided places. Again, it's hard to know how much of the vote is election day versus vote by mail. There's still a lot of it that is the in-person vote that might shift some of these numbers. These are not horrible numbers. You asked me earlier about Erie County. That's in that boomerang county. Very little of the vote in right now, but this just looks like it's a battle.
A real battle, right? What do you make of what you're seeing in Pennsylvania?
Well, I think it's going to take a long time. I mean, we're just going to have to be patient with Pennsylvania. They're slow at getting these results in. Even though not as much as 2020, just a boatload of early votes that still need to be counted, a lot in Philadelphia County. So I'm a little bit slow to opine on Pennsylvania, but I do think things are looking very interesting south of Pennsylvania and Virginia still. And I think that's something that there's getting a lot of attention yet, but I think people are going to start focusing on Virginia.
The closeness to Virginia. Let's take a look, Rick. Where does Virginia stand right now?
Yeah, this is just one of those really strange ones to see a 4,000 vote edge. A lot of votes left in the Democratic areas. Those are our blue or dots. But again, it's just not. One of the things that strikes me, David, looking at the map as it's filled in so far, the fact that the Democrats are sweating some of the places that should have been safe. We haven't made a projection in New Hampshire. We haven't made a projection in Connecticut, Rhode Island. We talked about earlier, closer than we thought. Of Virginia. These are places that Democrats flat out have to win if they're going to have any chance.
Take us through some of those states. Let's see where Hampshire stands, because we saw some tightening in the polls leading up to Election Day.
Yeah, we did. And this is a state that we kind of thought would be called the laurel near the night because they have a pretty true tradition. Most of the Democratic votes are in the southern part of the state. And again, Harris is leading. The question is going to be really how much she wins by.
Outperforming herself.
Outperforming there. But to me, the fact that we're even talking about states like this tells you how things are at least tipping early in the night. And the southern states, clearly there's an edge right now in Georgia and North Carolina. North Carolina, I've been tracking a lot, 230,000 vote margin. That's hard to make up when you're at 70% of the vote. The thing that is keeping it, though, out of anyone's win column is Mecklenburg County. That's Charlotte. Kamala Harris is winning there. She's not hitting the 38 benchmark number, but you want to see a really big dot emerge. There it is. And that's almost 500,000 votes that are still out in the Charlotte area. But if she's winning at 60-40 instead of 68-20, 68-30, that means you're just not getting as many votes out of it, and that makes it hard to catch up against that number.
No question about that. We're going to check in with Trump headquarters in Florida. We're going to check in with Harris headquarters. The mood is on the ground at this point in the night, and we're going to keep digging into these Rust Belt states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, because that appears to be the path as we continue in the night, at least for the Democrats to keep this alive. As Rick Klein just points out, and smartly so, the reason North Carolina can't be called is because of the outstanding vote in Charlotte, which is a Democratic area, but given the margin between the two, it might be really difficult to make that up. So we're going to keep our eyes on the map. We'll get right back to it right after the break.
Okay, not Lester Holt. What is his name? Oops, I went too far again. There we go. See what's going on here. No!
Thank you for your incredible courage speaking out for your precious Jocelyn.
No!
And your courage has made such a profound
No!
difference in this nation.
Dang it. I do not like Ted Cruz. Crap. There was a horrible hurricane and he went on frickin' vacation.
We're going to.
You know, left Texas, or not, was it a hurricane? Some kind of disaster. Oh, that's when they had all the ice. All right, not a hurricane. Good grief. When they had the ice implosion, that's what I'm going to call it, there in Texas a few years ago or 2 years ago or something. Could have been last year for all I know. Anyway, he left. He left that state while they were suffering and went to like somewhere, you know, tropical, Bahamas, Cancun, somewhere with his whole family. And I think that's wrong, you guys. Oh, I don't even want to listen to him right now. Oh, hello, I'm Alex from Germany. Hi, Alexander Hoper or Hopar or Hopert or something. Hi there. Golly, you guys, this is way, way cool. I have people, whoops, from Australia, my chat mate, Trinidad, Germany, England. Where else? I feel like there's one more country that's been in here. Really, really nice. Nice to meet you. Nice to see you. Please hit the like, you guys. It helps me stay in the algorithms or whatever, which helps you to, my PCT is Extreme channel just come up in your feed. Just really nice. Please be willing to subscribe to me. That'd be wonderful too. My goal is 3,000 and I'm slowly but surely getting there. I've had a pretty darn good past month. I took a little break of 3 months, which I don't plan on doing that again. I wasn't even planning on taking a break, but I ended up taking the summer off. And yeah. Oh, I forgot this is my AA shirt. Bill W's Family Picnic. See? 2018. Oh no. Somebody pulled the fire alarm, you guys. Hear that? Now the fire truck has to come. Which building is it? Oh, God. Probably a kid, or there could be a fire. Hopefully not. Oops, fiddlestick. Oh, it's that one. That one. With the lights and the stairs going up. See the red fire drill on the bottom? Oh my gosh, you guys. I'm going to film the fire truck. The fire truck has to come in and turn it off. New playground they put in about 5 years ago. Why aren't people coming out unless they're standing on the other side? We always leave the building. Oh, here they come finally. Are you kidding? You're gonna wait that long in case it's a real fire? Oh, Lord. Look at him. Oh, I'd be out quicker than that. Poor people. It's happened here in this building plenty of times. I think that's the 2010 building. truck will be here any minute and I'm gonna film it. I'm freezing. I'm in this cut-off t-shirt and I'm absolutely freezing. Oh, the people. Oh, in her wheelchair has to come out. Look at people. Could be a real fire. You never know. See, I'm higher up than they are. Over there on that 3rd floor. Oh, God. I'm so cold, it's making my tremors worse. Come on. No fire truck's gonna come. This is a big place. Look at that. The fire truck isn't even here yet, and it's been, I don't know, 3 whole minutes at least. Look at that. Some people won't even come all the way down. It's not the way to show your children the seriousness. You need to come all the way down. Look at that. Look at that lady on her phone standing there. Yep, the kid probably pulled the alarm. It's a $500 fine. Mary Jane, you're so funny with your firemen and your fire truck. They'll be here any minute, but gee whiz. The building was on fire. My kitchen caught on fire. Oh God, that was awful, you guys. A few days after Mother's Day. Not my kitchen, my stove. Look at that person on the 2nd level. You're supposed to get down. You're supposed to leave the building. See? That's really showing the little children down there in their twinkle shoes the right thing to do. Just stay in the building. Oh, that's real smart. You're going to run back up. Look at this. Look at this. Unless she's like visiting a friend and making sure her child is getting out. You don't, people are just ridiculous. I've lived here too long, you guys, since 2001, and I've seen it all, and I get judgmental and exasperated. Okay, where's the fire truck? Can you believe this? Anything going on there? Oh, here they come. Hear them? I guess 4 minutes isn't too bad. Oh, guys. Look at all that red. Honestly, I'm worried about my dog. If Trump wins, she said she's going to be really kind of depressed. And I told her, you just can't be. See? Here they come. Like you haven't seen a fire truck before, I know. Oh my God, I'm so cold. My tremors are even worse. Why is it? It's only 4 years color. Oh God, that's exactly what I said to her. And then I said, he's like 78 or something now. Maybe he's 76. I think he's 78. I highly doubt he'll run at 79, 80, 182. Can't he run again? Or you can never be more than 8 years. That's right. I mean, never, yeah, more than 8 years. Look at, there's a helicopter. That might be a medic. Like, you know, a medic one when there's car accidents and stuff, because the hospital is right over there. Okay, why is the fire truck up there? Oh, it stopped over there, and they're all gonna come over here, I guess. If I dropped my iPad over the railing, I would die. Not really, but... There they are, see? They have to come all the way over here, go in that door. Yay! Thank you, firemen. Gee, you know, the coats and all the garb on just to come over to pull a latch. That's a $500 fine for that kid. If they find out who it is, it's $500 for the family. I've seen it happen many times. It could be more now. That was a few years ago. All right. Well, that's my excitement for the night. And there'll be more excitement if... Were you scared? Were you kitty scared? Were you scared? Is that exciting, Tulip? Oh, shit. Oh, great. All right, close. Okay, so guess what? I need to charge my iPad. Are you just hanging out, Sunshine? And what are you doing, Tulips? What are you doing? Oh, Lord. All right, I gotta get my charger. Let's see if I can even charge it when it's upright like this. I don't know if I can. See if it's like this, see? All right, tell me. All right, I have to be able to charge this thing. Maybe I can if it's leaning enough. I'm doubting it. Oh wait, what's happening here? There. I will try to stick the nozzle thing in, not nozzle, the whatever. All right, let's turn this on.
Governor Wes Moore, I want to thank him so much. All of our friends and our federal delegation who are here tonight. You just heard Senators Cardin and Van Hollen. I want to thank them. All of our the congressmen who are here. I see Congressman Hoyer. I want to thank him so very much. Congressman Mfume, thank you so much. Congressman Sarbanes. And who?
I'll see if I can
Raskin. Yes, Congressman Raskin.
charge it.
America's Congressman, Congressman Ivey, want to thank them, Rupersberger. Thank them so much for all of their support, as well as all of my other brothers and sisters in elective service who are here tonight from the state senate. Senate, our delegation, our council members, all the Democratic Central Committee members who worked so hard on this campaign, to all of our volunteers, all of Team Also Brooks, all of Team Also Brooks, every single volunteer. Thank you not just for believing in this movement, but I thank you for working so hard to take the movement to the people. So for every single volunteer who opened your home, who met us in coffee houses, met in backyards, for all the donors who contributed, I want to just say thank you so much for every phone call and every door knock.
Every
Thank you
phone
so
call
very much.
and every door knock.
And to the people, thank you, that's Wanda Durant, you guys. To the people of Maryland, especially the folks who came out. Now, you all know started a little later tonight.
It's just gonna
and
work.
You know why that was? It's because our college students and first-time voters.
Don't be
So
messing.
many of them showed up at the polls.
Don't be messing, kitty. Don't be messing. Oh, shit.
Came out to vote.
Oh,
So I want to
fiddlesticks.
just say thank you to them, and also want to just give a special shout out to my hometown.
I've never been to Maryland. Been to Missouri, of course, see my sister a couple of times. Been to Virginia once. Been to Florida plenty of times. Been through Louisiana on a Greyhound bus.
Former Maryland Governor, Republican Larry Hogan there, and she goes to the Senate, replacing outgoing retiree Democrat.
I don't even know if it's charging. Wait, is that the green light? Let me see. No?
After 8:30 Mountain Time, after 10:30 on the East Coast there. Thanks so much for being with us. We are in 4 and 2 tonight. Remember,
we're not stopping. I'm not either.
Bringing you these results in real time. Coming to us from the Associated Press here. In the meantime, we do have some of these race calls. I want to bring you.
I'll be right back, you guys.
Columbia right now. You see
I'm gonna.
there,
Hey,
Harris
get
getting
down.
3
No.
votes. This
All right, check. Rick Vanderstelt, IPCIO 5CCO 8W 5PXRS 8PS. Hello, hit the like. Thank you. In here watching the election. A kid pulled the fire alarm. I'm gonna check and make sure that this is charging. I'll be right back. Stay right here. What am I doing? Let's see.
Austin, we were trying to get through where the battleground states lie right now as far as the presidential contest is concerned. What
happened?
Go through them. So, let's start.
Is it filming, you guys? Oh, now it's moving.
Go with what the AP is calling.
Oh, it was frozen for a second. Okay.
So far tallied, according to the Associated Press, that's a tight race.
Okay, let me make sure it's charging again. It's up on a pillow.
By 1/2. And right now Trump has just over a 2.5% lead, going further south to Georgia. 88%. So
okay, good, it's working.
Preliminary results, Andrew. We can toss that out.
All right.
Georgia has 88% of votes tallied. Trump with 51.3%. Harris with 48.1%. I'm going to zoom out again because we've been all night. Trump's easiest path to victory: Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia.
No.
Still a lot of votes to be counted in Pennsylvania, but for now, we're seeing that Trump has a slight margin, especially in Georgia here. We're starting to see some of these counties really fill in. Not surprisingly, seeing this kind of blue blob in the Atlanta metro, but then we see all
I think it's charging,
red and dark
but if
red
some weird reason, you guys,
pretty much balancing out, if not overcoming,
my head dies. Wait, I wonder if that means I'll lose my live.
Let's zoom back out.
I'll have to
sure
keep
we hit
checking.
every battleground state that we can. Arizona's the other one. 50% of the votes in here. So half the vote tallied. Most of this coming from Maricopa County. Maricopa County is most of the ball game in the Grand Canyon State. Right now, we've got a dead tie, 49.6.
I could actually do a live on my iPad, and I'll probably do that if this dies.
As this map gets filled out, let's ask
Let me
AG
check it again.
So, AG, thanks so much for being
going to crack. I mean, you know, what's happening in Michigan, what's happening in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. It's going to come down to late returns from these like bigger cities, but you know, really,
when I get my other iPad
it's
that's
looking more like
charged
2016 than 2020, and you know that's kind of remarkable for people. Harris, you know, had a pathway that you know more like Biden's in 2020. It's looking much more like Trump's got the 2016 coalition. You know, men are coming out to vote for him, and you know this is really a remarkable political comeback in the making, Donald Trump, because I think a lot of people looked at this a few weeks back and said there was no way he could make inroads in the blue wall. And there was a lot of thought to say Jill Stein would be a big factor in a place like Michigan. He hasn't been as of yet. So this is just Trump versus Harris, like, you know, R versus D. But, you know, Trump is really, you know, he's really driving it right now.
So, AG, I've got Pennsylvania up right now. 51% of the vote so far is going for Trump. He has roughly a 3-point lead over Harris. 57% of the vote has. Let's talk about what is considered the most pivotal battleground state here. There is still 43% of the vote to be tallied. What are we going to be watching for as we get that 43% of the vote in?
Philadelphia County. You know, because that is predominantly Democratic. I think in 2020 was more than 80% for Joe Biden. And you expect similar margins with Kamala Harris, but the question is always turnout. Like how many people turn out to vote? You know, how many votes are counted in, you know, the coming days. It's not just what we see tonight, but we'll see what we see in the next couple of days as well. So, you know, a Trump lead, you know, say 3 o'clock in the morning isn't necessarily safe in Pennsylvania because of Philadelphia County primarily. The rest of the state, you know, Trump's got an advantage in it, but yeah, that's machine politics, and you know, it works a little bit more slowly, it works a little more gradually, and it looks a bit rough from the outside, where people are saying, "Why haven't these votes been counted already?" You make votes, you've got precincts that take a while to count for whatever reason, you've got an anomaly that happen in the counting process, all kinds of things. So people will be watching that one over the next couple of days for sure.
Okay, so AG, we have a long picture there of Wall's watch party. You said there are indications of 2016 vibes, so to speak, when Hillary Clinton lost. Do you see any of that on the faces of some of these Harris Walls supporters here? Because I want to ask you this. You know, the question going into the night was whether or not we would know a winner in the presidential contest tonight. Do you think we will, or will it take till tomorrow morning?
I think it's going to take a day or two before we have something where we can say somebody's going to be the winner. I just don't think that we're going to have enough of the count in tonight, especially with wall states to really figure it out. I think Arizona may take a little bit of time. It looks a little close from what I'm seeing also. So, you know, between those things, got, what is it, 55 electoral votes between the four? You know, that's a lot of suspense. So, you know, expecting a winner before you go to bed tonight, I think a little bit unrealistic. But the trend right now is Donald Trump. It's looking good for him. But, you know, you have to consider that the late vote, you know, that the late counted vote, the mail vote, things like that, that's going to trend Democratic. And, you know, so any margin that Trump has at, you know, 10:41 Eastern time may not hold, you know, when we're in the morning.
You know, let's talk about Detroit. I want to talk about Michigan. We talk so much about some of these southern states, and we've been talking about Pennsylvania. Let's talk about Michigan. And I'm going to just come in on Detroit here, because that's one of the largest Arab American populations.
Something really quick. Charging. It went from 9% up to 10, so that's good.
So right now, Wayne County is showing that Trump is up 60% to 37.5%. We're talking about Trump having a commanding victory so far with 24% of votes in. 24% may not sound like a lot, but what do you make of what we're seeing out of this county so far?
It really comes down to the precincts that are coming in, because, you know, a county in and of itself isn't the counties that will tell you what the real story is that's happening.
Be careful.
And, you know, when you're watching the precinct data being dumped in, you know, that can move these totals, these margins as thin as they are in Michigan. You get
Shoot, I gotta check it again because I think one of the cats leaned against.
And if they're D plus 80, you know, that
Be
makes
right
for
back.
unremarkable.
Okay.
So it paid off. And, you know, I think
Hi, everyone.
responding to the authenticity.
Where's the
to
chat
the
thing?
viscerality of the
Oh,
Trump
there it
campaign,
is.
to the, you know,
I
and to the
want my
central
bike,
question,
says
are you better
Thomas
off 4
R.
years ago? Trump, we that
Hello.
question in over and over again in his closing argument.
I just looked it up. No
And,
longer
you know,
than
many
2
of these
elected
voters in these
terms.
states, Michigan,
Okay, thank you, Mary
Wisconsin,
Jane.
you know, and so on. You know,
Okay,
they
that's good to know.
bank balances or credit cards, and they said, no, we're not better. And, you know, I think Harris not doing press
I'm clear down to 9% and it was charging, and I tried to use the same plugin
I think voters really wanted a connection, especially after the 2020
for the other
pandemic
one,
election
and then
where
it got
Joe
loose.
Biden
So
basically
that's
paid for
what
his
happened.
basement. You know, Harris
So
did
I'm
version
gonna
of that.
charge
And
this
voters seem to be rewarding Donald Trump.
over
So,
here.
AG, let's just transition briefly here to some of these Senate contests and some of these battlegrounds as well here. We're getting results in on the Arizona Senate race. Let's take this. Ruben Gallego up over Lake 53 to 46 right now with 49% of estimated votes counted. If we can also bring up the Montana Senate race between Sheehy and Tester, just so we can get a good lowdown of where that race stands at the moment. Let's take that. There you see Sheehy up 56 over Tester's 42 there, about 5% of estimated votes counted. So has a long way to go there. But these are the Senate races to watch still now that we're moving our way westward across the country, though. Some of the other races, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Ohio, those Senate seats, they're still in the mix. They haven't been called, at least by the Associated Press, AG.
Yeah, and, you know, Republicans need a couple of these, and even if you go back to 2022, they're saying that 24 would be their year for the Senate. And they've got a lot of opportunities, and I think as Trump falls, you know, so too does the Senate candidates. If you look at the state polling that came out in the various swing states where you had Senate races, you know, they're on a couple points behind Trump.
Bear with me. I'm going to check again.
By 2 or 3 points, that's very good for
Thank
you in that
goodness.
race. I don't think Kerry Lake has a shot.
Charging still.
The polls I saw of Arizona have a split ticket between Trump and Gallego. But, you know, overall, if Republicans can pick off a couple of these Democratic seats, you know, then it's a very good night because they probably will take the House. So you can say a unified Republican Washington, D.C. next year, Donald Trump would be able to enact a lot of his policy agenda that he was thwarted, you know, from doing during his first term if he's elected.
AG, if we can come back onto my screen here, I want to just show the Senate map. The balance of power is behind me here, and this is giving us a look at how this thing is shaping out. So right now, and obviously you need 50 seats in order to have control of the Senate if the president is Donald Trump, because that would mean
I wish I could zoom in.
the tiebreaker. That would give Republicans control. That would mean they would only need 50. Now, if they want control, regardless of who wins the presidency, they would need 51. Let's tease this out, AG. There are quite a few competitive Senate races around the country: Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin. As you mentioned, it's not as competitive in Arizona as it once was. Montana, we are seeing that John Tester has a steep uphill battle. Is there really any path to the Democrats maintaining control in the upper chamber at this point?
Not with the way this map is. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult, and I think you would need for Senate candidates to really outperform Harris in state after state. You know, my guess right now is 52, 53 Republican seats, and that's really what you want if you're the Republicans, because, you know, it's very hard to make a unified caucus.
No, don't jump up here, hon. No.
That margin be a couple points higher than just a 50-50 split with Vance casting a bunch of tie-breaking votes. So, you know, it's really early to tell with these Senate races, but I'm less confident than I am in Trump right now. But, you know, I really do think Trump is the rising tide that lifts some of these Senate candidates up.
Okay, so in the meantime, AG Gankarski, of course, we're going to have to leave it at that. We do appreciate it. We are nearing the top of the hour. Also here in the Live Now newsroom with me. But in the meantime, though, speaking of some of these Senate races,
You have to check it again because the kitty was up here.
That you've demonstrated. So it's going to be a long night. We're going to have, however all these results go outside Virginia, we're going to have a lot of work to do. We're going to have a lot of work to do to promote more peace in the world. We're going to have a lot of work to do to create this economy that is not just for a few, but for the many, and expand healthcare options and
All
protect
right, you don't have to.
reproductive freedom and
That's why
fight
those words are
gun
taped with
violence
red
and battle for a
tape.
cleaner environment. And there's so much work to do. But we've shown in Virginia that if we link arms, we can walk side by side.
Do a switcheroo. Wait is Kamala cooked by Santiago. Welcome everyone.
Your faith in me. You may or may
Please
not
hit the
vote
like.
for the next 6 years.
Please subscribe.
This or that, but
I don't know how long.
I won't let you down.
I mean, I've already been on 237 minutes at 66.
And this country.
60,
Thank you so much.
180. 4 hours? Wait, what is 238? It's 240 is 4 hours. Wow, almost 4 hours I've been live, Mary Jane. And you here with me too. Because 60 is 60 is 120. And I'm 238 minutes. Hey, 7 or what? That's cool. From the bushes anyway. Oh, let me check again and make sure it's 4 hours. Yeah. Let me make sure it's charging. I can't ever. Oh. It gets a little glitchy. There we go. 239 minutes now. It's kind of neat music. Da-da-da, da-da-da. I'm enjoying my Coors. Guys, see that it's non-alcoholic beer. Non-alcoholic. See? So you can have the taste without the buzz. Da, 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 da. 113 Kamala, 210 Trump. Okay, that's nerve-wracking. But then again, there's so many votes that aren't counted.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox here on this election. Thank you so much for joining us. 900,000 people tuning in across all of our streaming platforms. So we appreciate
I'm one of them. So are you guys. 900,000 people watching this, streaming live on this.
Right now, let's continue on. I do want to put up just some of these Live Now looks, including at Howard University, the Kamala Harris watch party, getting going. The vibes there still very high as well, despite what we're seeing in the polls right now. So in West Palm Beach, Florida, a live look there with all the American flags. Plenty of people excited for this as we're
look at these fancy dresses.
California, Oregon, and Washington. And let's continue on. Let's bring in again my colleague here, Austin Westfall, to discuss the latest of what we're seeing.
Golly, you guys, I'm so bummed.
West Coast. Austin, thank you so much for
I don't want Trump to. I do not.
Expect here as polls close in just a matter of minutes on the West Coast.
With you, Andy Mack, and props to our colleague Andrew Kraft for a 5-hour-long marathon. The controls there. Let's get into the maps. So, here's what we're talking about. We're going to be doing some of these West Coast states now. At this point, polls are going to be closing in. Looks like we had a misstep there, but polls are going to be closing in states like California, Oregon, and Washington at the top
of the hour. We do, of course, unless something completely surprising happens, we do expect that those 3 states will fall in the blue category. Now, what's going to be interesting, though, about these states is in the House. We haven't really been checking in on the balance of power in the House so far. The magic number is 218, Andy Mack. Now, the Republicans have secured 152 of those seats. Democrats, 98. Why am I talking about this on the West Coast? That's because there are tons of toss-up races all along this coast. So many of them in California. There's one specifically in southwestern Washington. That's going to be a particularly close one. Bend, Oregon has a close toss-up race. California's Central Valley, parts of Southern California, there's 5 House seats in California alone, currently owned by the GOP, but they're considered to be complete toss-up races. That's why it's been, as the weeks have it's been much tougher for pundits to forecast who may control the House. There are so many tight races, and another thing to mention about the Sandy Mac is that not only are these going to be super tight, but if they're as tight as they have been in years past, it could be so close that it could take days, over a week, to get some of these things done. That's the House. A lot to get to with that. And let's talk about the Senate seat in California, as we're expecting that one to go without a shift. The Democrat there going up against Republican Steve Garvey. What do we make this, and what is kind of the outlook on this in the Senate, and how does it the balance of power factor in all of this in California? So ultimately, as far as the balance of power goes, we don't expect California to make any seismic shifts. Balance of power. We don't consider this race to be a toss-up like we do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, states of that nature. California is an interesting one, as you can see.
Trump. No, I'm muting the TV. So I don't know how to mute YouTube Live, but
That's fine, don't worry.
Okay, so Adam Schiff, right? Who Trump calls Shifty Schiff. Shifty Schiff. He's running.
What?
For the California Senate. Yeah, not presidency or anything. So they're talking about that. As far as Trump is ahead in the electoral votes, but our side of the United States, right? All of it. The polls have just closed or about to close, or let me see. Yeah. So anything could happen, but it's.
So could Harris get a chance to get ahead, or?
Yes. Oh yeah. No, Harris. There's a little swing situation in Oregon, but that's just one area that can go either way. And Washington. There's a part of Washington where there are Republican and Democrat voters. Yeah, but that is part of it.
Obviously, there are going to be Democratic voters.
Right, but they're saying it can make not a difference really, but I don't know. So now see they're talking, oh look at that. That's who we voted for Maria Cantwell.
Well, what's happening
and
now?
she won.
I can't see the screen.
Maria Cantwell, that lady won governor for Washington. Apparently it's 270 electoral college votes that you need. Trump has 150 or something like that, maybe 151. And Harris has 100. Or something. Or no, wait, is he up to, yeah. So she's behind, but Washington and California and all these other places are just getting their votes in at the very last minute, a lot of them.
I don't understand why people are doing that.
I know, and there's all these people in their red hats and they're drinking their brews, standing around assuming Trump is going to win tonight. And then you've got all these people outside in Washington, D.C., where Harris went to college. Yeah. Well, because they're hoping she'll win. Oh, because in college watching it. She's in that university.
Why?
Yeah, and he's.
Why isn't she at home watching it or something?
I don't know. She's probably sure she's with her husband and whatnot. It's her alma mater, which she graduated. Is that what alma mater means? I don't even know. I think that means she graduated though. Okay, so now he's talking about Washington, Oregon, and California.
Wait, so Washington is a swing state?
No, one little teeny area. It's not gonna really matter. I don't think it's gonna matter much. Like it's a county or something. I know. Yeah, Maria Cantwell. Okay, now Kamala Harris has 179 electoral votes. Oh, Trump has 214 and he needs 270. The thing is, like I said, they haven't counted all the Harris and.
I could sit out there with you.
You can. No one will see you. I'll block this. Come out now. Here.
Turn off your camera.
No, I can't. Look, it's blocked. I'm standing. Look at me. My back is to you. You can come right in and sit down on this side of the couch. I had no idea you wanted to come out. Come down. See where I'm standing? Oh, you're already done. That's non-alcoholic there. And I haven't had one of those in a year and a half. So, and I wasn't planning on it.
Really see
there.
the TV?
Yeah, look. You're like,
That's so interesting.
I know it's far away, but hi everyone. My daughter joined me. Oh God, people saw me in my gross glass.
Lead over vice president. That's a major state right there.
Right.
And that's a lead that Trump
I
has
keep
with
it though on
only 30% of the vote left that Harris can
55.
make up.
Okay.
North Carolina, Triangle State. Again, AP has not
Doing
called
a
any of
live
these battleground states yet.
I've been on 4
87%
hours
of the vote has
and
been
9
tabulated
minutes.
in North Carolina.
I might just
Trump's
stay
just
on
under a 3% lead over the vice president.
for another 4
Bringing it
hours.
to Georgia,
I
where we're
might
seeing
film it.
90% of the vote tallied. And
Hi everyone, it's so nice to hear your daughter, said Mary Jane. Oh, that's nice. Thank you, Mary Jane.
I'm normally always in my room.
Yeah, she's usually playing her games or something, but this is how much she does not want Trump.
If he wins, I might cry.
Yeah, she's gonna cry if he wins, and it's not tears of joy, it's tears of unjoy. Hi, Amrinder Singh. HW, is that, how are you? Wait, what is HW?
Along the West Coast, including in Arizona.
Okay, let's listen to this.
Can they really hear it?
I don't either, just know gone. Oh, see, he will be gone. He doesn't get to run again. If he wins, Mary Jane said she looked it up. He's already been president 4 years, right? 16 to 2020, and Biden became. You can only run 8 years, thank God. So in 4 years he'll be out if he wins, okay?
4 years is too long.
I know, but Biden, I can't believe it's been 4 years already, but he'll be out then, so.
Shifty shift.
Chambers from the House to the Senate as he takes over that seat. So big news in terms of the Senate as the Democrats keep that seat blue.
Oh, thank God! Way to go, Adam. Shifty shift. No, he's not cheap. I love Adam Schiff. Remember when he spoke? You were kind of young.
Because that's what Trump calls it.
I know, I'm just being silly.
Can they hear it?
Use sport party. Use sport party? Amrinder Singh, use sport party. Trump. Oh, you want Trump? Well, I know a lot of people do.
I hope people don't get
Oh,
upset
Amrinder
at me.
said Trump, and then Amrinder said Kamala.
I hope people don't get upset at me.
Where are you from? No, people aren't upset. Everyone has a right to feel the way they feel, you know? Where are you from, Amrinder? Okay, I'm gonna make sure this is charging. Let me give a check here.
Honestly,
the
don't
problem
know
is it's
how
so
I'll
far
feel
away.
if Trump wins.
I'm gonna be in shock and dismay, but you know. Can you even see the screen, you guys? I can't zoom in. Not on this YouTube.
56.
Listen to this intense music live.
It is intense.
Okay, that's Virginia.
It's
She's
really
ahead.
intense.
She's ahead of Virginia. And apparently,
Well, what
Trump
is he
won
winning?
Ohio. When there's a check, they win.
What is he winning overall? Like, is he...
Electoral votes, I guess. And once you have a certain amount of votes in each from each state, not votes from the people, they're electoral votes. And I don't even know what that means. I do not know.
Year 2 live from Fox on election night just past
Look how many people are watching.
Continue to follow the latest
Yeah,
in terms of the
925
race for the White House. I do want to
million?
talk about the Senate race in Ohio.
No, that's
No call as of yet. But Moreno leading in a big way over the
no, we need Democrats all over.
Not all Republicans are horrible. I mean,
No, but we
they're
don't.
not even bad. I mean, I don't hate Republicans. It's just Trump. I'm like,
President Trump and JD
We
Vance in the
don't
White
want.
House, we are going to advance an agenda that is an American agenda.
We
An
don't
agenda
want.
that says we are pro-immigration, but not pro-invasion. We're going to make certain that the people who come to this country are invited here. Like I was, like family was, on our terms. We're going to make this country an energy-dominant nation.
I think
so that my
there's still a
kids
bit of
do not grow
alcohol.
up in a country where we rely on a foreign nation for energy ever again.
That's why you put down 25 of these and not touch the slightest buzz.
That means coal, that means natural gas, it means oil, it means nuclear. EV mandates, they need to be gone.
No, there aren't that many people speaking. All Democrats are horrible, says Adam and E Proton. Well, that's okay. TV. Wait.
I don't think all Republicans are bad, but Trump certainly doesn't make me like them right now.
America will be a leader in the world. Will always be a leader in the world.
This time enjoy
the planet safer, more prosperous, and more
Fiddlesticksters.
point in human history.
Team Rose almost got in a car accident. Yeah, she slammed on the brakes in the nick of time. Numbers are going up. They're going up, Mary Jane, on our side. I used to be a Democrat my whole life. Started seeing Mary Jane Doe. Jeez.
Will ensure peace around the world.
Then I started seeing that the Democrats are slime balls. Well, I mean, I don't think they are. Oh my God! 179 Kamala, 214 Trump. Okay, I told ya. I turned
it off.
Remember I told you when she started running for one against Trump, just those two neck and neck, that she win? I think my prediction is right. Okay. Yeah, we don't need to hear all this. It's really loud. This is interesting. I don't usually watch all this he's talking to this. I don't go to this. Well, they have these like machines, and then these people are unbelievably serious. They have like all these they have all these people sitting around all these tables. So you're gonna see, watch this.
Those are some huge numbers.
But they're
where they need to
explaining
be.
more.
So let's just drill down on that, Ryan. So, what are your sources telling you? Where does Donald Trump need to be before these final votes in some of these Democrat-rich counties?
People believe, and I was just talking to Governor Walker on text about this, and he agrees that Donald Trump needs to have about a 20,000 vote lead before those 31,000 absentee ballots get counted or entered into the system in Milwaukee that are still sitting out there. So
he does.
it's, he's got a 41,000 vote lead right now. There's more to come. There's more blue votes to come in as well. So a long way to go. I'd rather be Donald Trump here than Kamala Harris
in Wisconsin. Say that again, Donald.
I would rather be Kamala Harris. Look, you know the state that I know, but I also know how difficult it is to get all of the votes counted. And also Dane. I mean, Dane had not only a significant early vote, but also a great turnout today with the same day registration, as well as some of the young people in line. So I still believe that the verdict is still out. We may not know Milwaukee, the final verdict until sometime tomorrow morning. Too early.
You could be right.
You owe me a beer.
You owe me a beer. She said you owe me a beer.
This is so weird. This is the first election I'm like fully following. Because I was in high school with the last one.
Let's look at the list that shows the outstanding vote. Yeah, by party. Yeah, I mean that's Milwaukee. That's what Alex is talking about. It's a huge amount of vote that is Milwaukee. That's why 40,000 is not necessarily a safe lead. Madison, a little bit of a smaller nut, but there's some red spot in that as well. You go out to the west, it's the same point. I mean, we don't really have any vote there to speak of at all. So there's still Republican votes too, but Brian is right. All three of these Midwestern cities, we're not really going to know until we have a complete portrait of what's going on inside Philadelphia, where there's still.
We're looking at all the different states, I think, like a full detailed map,
or have a lot in Detroit, only 15,000. There's another 750,000 votes in Detroit, Dearborn, and Wayne County. As we just talked about, Milwaukee.
Yeah, we're looking at each individual state.
And lead right now, potentially illusory. North Carolina, Georgia does look different right now. They're hard to see how that ground gets made up, because you start to see those blue dots shrink over time. There's less and less vote. If you get into it, you realize Old County is 93,000 or 93% of the vote in, only 41,000 left. So where you get enough votes to shrink the margin becomes difficult to see at this hour.
We know you're excited.
Already humid, as well, and starting to see Trump, really romp on the score. I mean, this is obviously not.
And then you got these people hanging around drinking beer out of these cups. The women are us to the nines. I'm not kidding.
There's a lot of votes out there, but that's not a result that a lot of people saw coming. That it would even be close on the popular vote side.
Where are they going?
They're at this place in
Extraordinary night unfolding.
Florida, might be Palm Springs, where
calls at this hour.
people can go and watch the polls.
That Vice Harris will pick up the 8 electoral votes from Oregon. She has won the state of Oregon. She won the state of Washington tonight. The 12 electoral votes from Washington will go to Kamala Harris.
Yay!
And we have a race to call in California tonight in the Senate race. Congressman in California beats Republican Steve Garvey. Obviously,
Can you imagine being a Democrat living down south or something?
Let's get to Kate Whitworth in California covering this race. Kate, what can you tell us?
Yeah, so David, this will now be the first time in 3 decades that California will be represented by 2
this
male
is so
senators.
weird.
And it is certainly an exciting night here for Democrat in California. We are at the Democratic Party where they do actually expect Adam Schiff
Well,
to
how
win
showed
here
this lady's face on TV?
Democrats have been very, very confident in this win. He is certainly a name known well across this country in politics. He has been one of the leaders against Donald Trump in several issues.
I love
it feels like anytime Donald Trump invokes his name negatively, that actually
Well, I said it like Trump, but I said it because it was funny, and I just wanted to say it.
In other battleground states, as well as down ballot races here in
Sorry for
California.
those firemen. They probably want to sit
and very
Relax and
expensive
watch
house
the
races in
election like
particular.
anyone else.
And
They
you guys,
gotta
I
put
just
all
spoke with
that
Rusty,
gear
who
and
is
come
the
over and
California
open
Democratic
up.
Party chair, and he said, you know, California is generous with time,
I
talent,
know,
and treasure.
all
And he
because
said
of a
they
kid.
have doubled down on that this year because of who is at the top of the ticket, the daughter of California and Kamala. He says they're sending busloads of people. They're making phone calls in other battlegrounds, David, including Nevada.
They weren't probably even at home to begin with.
Thanks to you. I want to get right back over to Rachel Scott.
They were probably
numbers coming in from
at the fire
Yeah, and really looking
station.
at
I know.
State College.
They must have
This
a
is
TV.
the county of Center. This is home to Penn State, and this is a college town here.
Look, they're showing every state or
David, I want to show you President Biden won
in
this county.
detail.
Clinton won this county. Vice President Kamala Harris underperforming where she needs to be at this moment, according to our 538 benchmark. Take a look at this. She needs to be at 51%. She's at 47%. Donald Trump ahead. This county has gone Democratic for the last 20 years. And right now, with 81% of the vote, Donald Trump ahead.
Very interesting, and I think there's going to be a lot about the youth vote and how it broke down and whether or not the gender gap bears out that we've reported on, John.
Trump had a huge rally.
I think Trump
in State College
might win.
in these
I mean,
closing
look
days.
how many
So
more
it was one
points
of
he
his
has
biggest of the
than her.
final rallies. A lot of college students.
Wait.
turning
Yeah, but
out
they
late
didn't
and
count all those
long
other
time, sitting
votes
through
and everything
a
yet.
long rally, really.
Because the polls just
And you
closed
have
over
some
here.
exit polls on
Thank
the
you.
youth vote in Pennsylvania. What do you
Michael,
see?
it's a close race, or I'd be
8 points better with
depressed.
18 to 29 than he did when he was in.
Wow, look at her with her
But Kamala Harris is winning.
red glasses.
He's doing better than he did. 53% of the vote, more than half, going for Kamala Harris, and this is
What?
certainly she
Age
is
18 to 29 is 13%.
I don't think they can.
Oh, I know they can barely see the screen, but people are hanging out. Which is really nice of them.
People can watch this on their
179, 239. Oh my God. Genevieve said Donald is ahead in California, question mark? No. Trump 52, Kamala 46.7.
And the gender gap is going to become a story in some of these.
Okay, what did I
You
miss?
see Lindsay saying that Kamala Harris eking out 2 points in the exit polls.
You voted, dude. Watching history unfold. Yeah. Behind you is here. Dude, it felt so good. I think I voted for Kamala because she tickled my toes. That's from behind you.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah, the blue states haven't even come in yet. Yeah, see, they're counting.
Running up the score in Madison, the liberal college, they've got as much as
Democrats are running up the score in Madison,
We're going
Wisconsin.
to be laser focused on Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, which we sound like a broken record. We say this every 4 years or so. And I think it's interesting that both rights and believe that this is going to be very close.
Okay, I just don't want to hear that anymore right now.
You're so
I like
funny.
live now. I hope
So
that.
we can't officially
Okay,
call it
good.
ourselves here. A live look at the Trump watch party where we've been watching.
Trump
There's been a lot of
watch
smiling
party.
faces.
Oh, see, look at
Keeping an eye on
people
both
in
of
their
these
dresses
parties.
and their red
Here's how the map
hats
is
and their.
looking now that we're getting some of these pertinent race calls.
Oh my
And this is the
goodness.
first battleground state that's officially been called. That
See, I
puts
told you
Donald
it
Trump
was spread
up
right down
230.
the
He's
middle.
40
Yeah, but-
away from the presidency. Harris still at 179. Let's take a look.
Wow.
North
Let's take a
Carolina,
look.
solid red at this point. We've been saying all night,
Oh,
Trump's
God.
easiest path to victory is
Nevada was
North
a
Carolina, which
Listen,
he has
listen,
now.
blue.
listen.
Georgia, which with 90% of the votes in, he has almost a 3-point lead. So, North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania. So, if he gets these 3 states
Oh, dear.
and every other state falls the way expected to, that means that former President Trump will become president. The only time that's ever happened before was Grover Cleveland. He was the 22nd and 24th president of the United States. So,
God.
North Carolina getting called. I'm watching Pennsylvania closely now. I'm watching Georgia closely now. Again, 9/10
more
of all the votes
states.
have been counted in Georgia. He's
No,
got
that's
He
no.
only
points up.
needs 3 more
Pennsylvania.
states.
just over 3/4
I know,
of
but-
the vote now tallied. Trump
Let's see.
has, and right now we're looking at just about
How
a
much of the
3-point lead out of A as well.
That's only 3
So Trump
points.
has leads
in two absolutely crucial states. And I'm not even mentioning the fact that he has leads right now in Wisconsin. 66% of the votes in. Right now, Trump has about a 3-point
I
advantage
still
there.
think she's going to win.
Michigan, fewer of those votes counted. About a third of them are in so far. But Donald Trump right now with a sizable lead over Kamala Harris. That one looking like
really?
It's just over
Michigan?
a 6-point advantage. We go over to Arizona.
2 hours
it's very
ago,
possible
she
we
was
don't hear
ahead.
any more results in from them for the rest of the night. They've been stuck at 50%. Nonetheless, that's at a dead tie right now.
Arizona,
it's very possible,
dead
Andy, the way
tie.
this is playing
That's
out, that we might not need to worry about
is.
Arizona. We're going to keep an eye
Channel 13
specifically
is
right
out
now
of Arizona.
on Georgia and PA. Now the North Carolina.
That's a very good breakdown of
Okay,
all
so
the
Carolina,
North Carolina, Georgia,
he
insurmountable
won.
leads.
North Carolina,
Pennsylvania, Wisconsin,
Georgia, he
Michigan
probably
might
will
be
win,
close
and
to call
hopefully he
at this
won't
point,
win
just based on the
Pennsylvania.
margin there. All right, Austin, we're going to check back in with you in just a little bit, but let's give you some live now looks inside of some of these watch parties there in West Palm Beach, Florida. You can see the excitement growing in that
West Palm Beach.
They are monitoring this in real time, as we are as well. Also there in Washington, D.C., as Kamala H. headquarters on the campus of Howard University here on the water. We're monitoring it all very closely. And also the race for the White House, other props coming up. We're going to have more on some of the down ballot races, some of those measures, amendments in place, and what they mean across this country. We'll have that much more.
I didn't even know this thing slid like that.
What do we have here? Tastes robust.
What do we have here?
Okay.
Another
I don't have to do the copyright disclaimer again because of these commercials, do I?
You're staying in there too. This fancy lady is sipping on local
Okay, I'm gonna check and make sure the things. Ba-dum. Ba-dum.
I don't mind if people hear my voice.
That's good.
I want them to see me. Let's see.
I don't have anything to be. I wanna light my candle.
This music's so intense.
And light the candle. Did you get enough to eat?
Yeah.
Sure. You don't wanna overdo it because
All right, welcome back in here to our election night coverage on Live Now from Fox. I'm the host, Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll give you a couple Live Now looks there in Washington, D.C. at the Kamala Harris watch taking place on the campus of Howard University. And also in West Palm Beach, you can see just some of the excitement in the eyes of some of these viewers. Just approaching midnight on the East Coast. All right, we're also monitoring the latest inside some of these different polling locations, some of these tabulation centers, including in county in Georgia, as we're hearing from Brad Raffensperger talking about potentially insurmountable lead for the former President Donald Trump. But they will continue on into the night there. All right, let's talk more about the race for the White House and other amendment proposals on the table in different states. Let's bring in right now my colleague Christina.
Pretty good.
Oh no, now I
Breaking it
can't
all down for
do
me,
it
what we
again.
see in some
Mom,
of
don't
these
like
votes,
you.
these
No,
props
just
right
What
now.
happened to my friend?
Absolutely, Andy Mack. So again, right now, in our social
Why are you
systems,
showing me the
what things
TV
are looking
for a
like from
long
my
time?
vantage point. We're keeping up with some of those
Why?
storylines that you may not see on the regular basis. This is stuff that we're on social media.
Me,
And
Braithen,
on
and
social
Josh
media, you
are
have to
playing
talk about some
No
of those
Man's
conversations that pertain to
Pretty fun
abortion.
game.
Let's go ahead and take a look here on the screen. You can see this race call from the Associated Press.
Have
Voters
Senegal?
in Maryland did accept a ballot measure to enshrine protection for abortion in the state's constitution. Now, this is a big deal because Marylanders did vote to protect reproductive rights. Abortion is already legal there in the state, but by approving the amendment, voters have made it extremely difficult for lawmakers in the future to pass a law that could limit reproductive care without violating the state constitution. Now, we all know that with some of these younger voters, like Gen Z and other places, abortion has been a huge measure that they have been following. I want to show you another one that we have here is a post on X from Fox 5 New York. New York voters also passed Proposition 1 in their state. This meant that the amendment is designed to protect abortion rights and other civil liberties that will now be enshrined as well in the state's constitution. This is all according to the Associated Press. Some of this news coming out. The final state that I want to hit on right now, when it pertains to abortion, voters in Colorado have also approved a constitutional amendment to enshrine abortion protection there in their state as well. So it's important here for Colorado. This measure did win the necessary 55% of the vote to pass, and it is already a regional hub as well for abortion access in that part of the country, because many folks who do end up traveling there if abortion is banned in their state. So again, on social media, we've been seeing reactions to this storyline as folks are finding out if their state will enshrine abortion protection in the Constitution, happening now in 3 states, New York, Maryland, and Colorado. But we are continuing to try to just like this on our social media pages. Make sure you follow us on Live Now Fox. It's on all platforms, including TikTok, where we have been continuing to keep you updated with some of the other storylines that we're following and seeing there online.
All right, thank you so much, Chris. So important for so many people. We're glad you shined the light on some of these propositions. Well, we appreciate your time doing a great job back there in the social media center.
Absolutely, thank you.
All right, thanks so much. All right, let's continue on. Let's give a wrap up of some of what we're seeing in terms of some of those propositions. The Amendment 79 in Colorado in favor of yes to abortion. So we're following it very, very closely. A significant portion, over 1 million voting in favor of that. Also in New York, Proposal 1 talking about equal protection. 3 million people talked about, some 63 to 37 in favor of that. Also, the right to abortion in Maryland. Going back to that question one more time. Question 1 for it is almost 2 million people casting their ballot. A significant margin in terms of this there in Maryland. All right, so we're following the latest here on Live Now from Fox in terms of all of this, the race for the White House, and much, much more. I do want to talk about another West state that was recently called for Vice President Kamala Harris. Right here you can see Oregon going in favor of her. So a blue West Coast, not unusual, not surprising as well, but Harris being called there. All right, let's continue on because we're talking about different tabulation centers, different voting tallied across the country. We're having live now looks inside of different locations. This one, I believe, in Harris County, Texas. Let's bring in right now to the conversation for more. We want to bring in Chris Mandy, Director at the Center for Election Innovation and Research. Chris, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox on this election night. It feels like we're having a pretty smooth election night. What is your focus? What are you seeing around the country in terms of the tabulation, in terms of these votes being counted?
I think we've had a remarkably smooth election day. We'll carry up to it with early voting going remarkably well. Haven't really seen any problems.
I just took a bite of the chicken from the chicken pot pie and had spit it out. My mouth was on fire. It was too hot.
We had a poll.
My daughter was laughing at me.
Because the person was supposed to unlock the door.
Thank God that wasn't on live.
We had a few places around the country where they had
Fuck,
technology
it
glitches.
sucks. Excuse my language.
That led to lines,
I burned my
but all
tongue
of those
right
were
here.
quickly resolved. Of course, we have had some extraordinarily unusual has identified as coming from foreign actors, very likely from Russia.
Don't say the word bomb.
Georgia and led to polling place delays. There were similar threats as made previous media in other states that were quickly dismissed and didn't interrupt voting. And as we get into the counting, things have
Trying to
gone
be
remarkably
funny.
smoothly.
Mary Jane
Probably
told
the
me,
most
she said, I
high-profile
don't think we're
event
supposed to
happened in
use the
Milwaukee,
B word.
where they had to
You're
start
right.
over
And then I
with
did it
counting.
again.
It was clearly a mistake.
That was 4 hours ago.
In my opinion, they handled it exactly right. They just made a mistake and they were transparent about it. They talked to the Republicans, they talked to the Democrats, and they decided to start over so that everybody knew the process.
Burn my tongue.
Let's talk about Pennsylvania. So right now, as we look at the electoral map, we're focusing on 2 states that haven't been called on the East Coast right now. We're looking at specifically Georgia, which has, I should say, Chris, 91% of the votes tabulated right now. Trump with just under a 3% lead in that state. Still 9% of the votes to be tallied. But really what I'm curious to ask you about is Pennsylvania.
Okay,
We still got 23% of the votes counted in Pennsylvania, and Donald Trump's lead appears to be increasing. How are votes tabulated in Pennsylvania? What's the rules? What's the procedures? And how quickly could they get their process done this morning?
It is going to take them a while. So the key thing to know about Pennsylvania is one of the few states that are not allowed to do anything with mail ballots until
make sure it's charging.
Election day. So they get those mail ballot counting process. Now all of that checking to make sure that the ballot is valid is the longest part. It's the part we want to be careful about. And so that's why it's going to take a while.
9 are watching from the bushes. This crappy little not crappy, but you know.
Democrats and Republicans all across the state of Pennsylvania asked the legislature
It's not crappy, it's just 10,000 miles away from the. Thanks for hanging out, you guys. In the bushes, in chat. Really appreciate it. Okay, where's the gosh darn white thing there?
Possibly into Thursday.
NC is for Trump, and Georgia is about to be called for Trump. I know political. What did that say? Integrity? Oh, let me see. Political. Where is it? Where's your name?
I do want to go back to what you mentioned about what was happening.
Oh, political integrity. Yeah. How is she not winning Minnesota governor as her VP nominee? Ooh, good point. Yeah, Walz is from Minnesota. She's not winning Minnesota? Or she didn't win? I gotta look at their pull up again. Okay, well, I was burning my mouth on my chicken pot pie and spitting it out into the pot pie. Literally, a lot of what is this called? Chat came in. Was life better for you under Biden or Trump? Chief is asking. Well, you know, my daughter didn't notice a big difference.
Well, maybe that's because I was in school and I didn't really care or know about this kind of
this election and how the votes are tabulated.
But do you think it changed?
Hi, LBBI228 and Max Smith. Hi, you guys. Thanks for saying hi. I'm hanging out with my daughter.
Do you think anything changed?
Eric Perry says Trump 2024. What?
Do you think anything changed?
Well, I mean,
under Trump?
I just don't believe it's totally just because of Biden. That like prices went up and all this kind of stuff. I mean, a lot of it is
during
COVID too.
You can't say that. I think.
Yeah, I probably can't. The C
During-
does too.
What about C virus? Can you say
C virus? Yeah.
Prices went up during the C virus.
In terms of
And
misinformation, what I would say
Biden
is
just happened to be president.
what you want to hear. Be a little skeptical.
Yeah.
And oddly on the Democratic side.
I don't know why people like Trump so much when he said it was just the flu. And because of that, thousands of people and older people died because of his comment.
He told people to
Damn it. Yes, Adam and Eve Proton says the secret to pot pie is to dump it in a bowl. Yeah, but see, I don't mix it up like that. Classic pot pie burns out. Trump lumber tariffs in 2018 bumped lumber prices 250%.
If something is out there and it's really fired up, that's the most important place to take a step back and ask yourself.
Thanks everyone for being here. Yay!
Or wherever you're hearing it, is this
It's
just
just
where
something interesting.
someone that's trying to wind me up, and that's the most misinformation.
It looks like Max Smith that you're
What was going to happen? We've known months that this was going to play out.
might be a Democrat.
Wisconsin will take a little bit of time, not as long as
Says ending Obamacare equals
and don't fall for those
45.
Chris, I gotta ask, does it seem
Hi HTS. He says sup. What's up?
Are you okay?
I have a chicken cut in my throat. piece of chicken. Okay, we'll have no medical. Oh, 450 million people will have no medical insurance, plus no caps on prescription costs. That's right. He says, wait. Goodbye to 35 a month insulin cost. Hello to 400 a month.
That's way too much.
Yeah, if Trump wins, that's what's going to happen, correct? Wait, that makes sense, Max Smith. You're from California. I saw you write it in, wait, what happened? I saw you write it in Team Rose's chat. Yeah, that's right. That's right. No cap, no flipping.
The check mark next to her name, those 5 electoral votes.
What the heck are electoral votes?
Harris getting that state as well, electoral votes.
We're gonna have to. My daughter and I don't know what electoral votes are. We're gonna have to look it up and figure it out.
Are they different from regular votes, or are they regular votes?
I don't know. I want to say they're different, but what if they're a bunch of votes, which make up the electoral vote?
Just this,
well, that didn't make sense.
What's coming up in terms of this race in Pennsylvania over incumbent
so
Casey is a very
we're
tight
Americans
margin,
and
but a
we
2-point
don't
lead
even know
right
what
now at this point for Dave
electoral
McCormick.
votes
He has
are.
not called it yet, but it is getting closer to the finish line. 80% of the votes have been counted at this point. 2.7 million to 2.6 million in terms of that. All right, following all the latest here on this on Live Now from Fox. Let's sign away for another quick 2-minute break.
What? 49%. All right, well,
People are
Mary
chatting.
Jane just put here the electoral number. You ready? Whoops, shit, shoot. Damn it. 192 is Democrat. What? Oh, God. 230 Republican. Yeah, he only needs 40 more, but we're moving up. We're up to almost 200. We're 8 away.
Not everything's
So it's
been
pretty
fully
close.
counted yet, right?
No.
So that doesn't even matter. That number.
No. I think she's going to win, you guys. And I really may sit up for hours. Hey, what's going on? I'm in chat. Adam and Eve Proton, I got my gallbladder surgery for free thanks to Obama.
Wow.
Obamacare. I didn't get the... I was in terrible pain. Thank God. Are you a Democrat now?
This music's way tense. I can barely think.
Yeah. Okay, Mary Jane, 205 electrical votes. Holy crap, she's 25 away. 25 away from, hey, don't be a stinker. Ginger's trying, no, don't move it. Oh, okay, I'm just trying to still charge it. Ginger, trying to get my pot pie. Get down.
Ginger's trying to have a little bite.
No,
It's like, what's this? I smell chicken.
He's not.
Right now, the EP calling this
I know, that music is just way too tense.
47%. You can see the electoral amounts on that left side portion of your screen. The 270 needed to win 230 right now.
God.
Oh my goodness.
You have to make sure this is charging still.
So we're following that very, very closely.
Tell me when this thing. Just a second, you.
With this grocery store maze, get yourself out of here. Escape now. Everyday low prices on the app.
What the heck?
I lost your connection. Hi everyone. Yeah, I'm back now. Trying to get it to charge. It's not staying in the thing real well because it's plugged in and it's sitting on the plug thing. Because it has to be, the iPad has to be upright like this. Yeah. Katie, you want $100 is J05. I don't know how to respond to that. I think anybody would. Oh, no, see, it's, yeah, see. All this time, my thing is loose over there. I even tried taping it. So I'm going to end this live and plug it in a different plug-in and come back on StreamYard, okay, you guys? Because I'm down to 15%, unless
it could be Rick Scott, who was just handily re-elected, the senator from Florida, or could interestingly be John Thune. John Thune was a senator from North Dakota.
You can be out here. No, I'm not.
He was elected against Tom Daschle.
It's going this way. I'm going to try this plug-in. You don't want to see anymore?
Senate Majority Leader, and part of the message
you sure?
was that he could do more for South Dakota.
All right.
United States Senator, now in the scenario, probably the front runner.
Oh gosh.
And John Thune himself could become the majority leader of the United States Senate. So one of those two, those are of course, the case of John Thune is
all right, you guys.
in upstate New York or in
the other one I'm sure is charged to nearly 100%.
California as well. So my guess is
you guys here?
Probably going to be about 10 seats.
Hi, Stone Top.
Until we actually find out.
Hi, Reader. Oh, that's a different. Oh, Reuter. So Genevieve and Mary Jane, I'm going to end this live because I might lose it if I just run out of minutes. And I've been on a long time, and I'm gonna do YouTube Studio, you guys. I'm gonna do YouTube Studio just like this, but on the other iPad that's charged now, okay? So I will see you all soon, hopefully, okay? All right, okay, thank you. All right, I'm gonna go now, and I'll be starting another live. All right, PCT is extreme. Thanks for hanging out with me on election night. It's fun. Okay, bye for now.
Not the case of Pennsylvania, but certainly the case of Ohio.